Alright, welcome back, folks. It's day 61. Streak is ongoing. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Alright, so yesterday we covered the second half of Unit 13, which deal with communication at work, which, I guess it's kind of communicating at work. Yeah. Talking about when things are, how long it'll take, what's next, right? I think I forgot a phrase already. Yes, I already forgot a phrase. I know what it is, what it means, but I don't see it. So let's try some total recall. Let's see how much we remember. The target is usually 15 items. It seems like that's the consistent line. Hey, Nicholas. Thanks. So, let's see what we remember from yesterday. Client to meeting. These are going to be pretty rough, really. I'm doing pretty well, Nicholas. How are you doing? Let's see. What did you decide to do yesterday, actually? And your concerns about Japanese? Made. Kara. Shokudo. Shokudo. Yeah. Shokudo. Yes, Shokudo. Maybe you used it like once yesterday. Your manga came in today? Awesome, Indy. So basically you're just gonna slack off on writing Japanese because your manga came in? Just kidding. Calm down. Although I do appreciate the all caps excitement. I can feel it. Virtually slapped with excitement. Ukesuke. There's a lot of katakana, and I can't seem to bring up katakana very well. Katakana. Let's see. Training. We'll just put training. They specifically said job training. We talked about this. Let's just put it in like, there we go. Purinta. Of course. More borrowed words. Tomorrow you have class, Nicholas? Class for what? Also, does FKFB stand for heck Facebook? Did Facebook do you dirty or something? That's all I could think about when you have FKFB at the end of your name. Unless it stands for something entirely different. I just wanted to tell you candidly what I thought. Breaking your streak because my manga came in so I can read Japanese. Oh, okay, that's a little dirty, Indie. Fair enough. Uh. Oh. I think it's Urezen. 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 Yeah, something like that. Pasokon. I guess. Computer, personal computer. That's how I remember it. Personal computer. Pasokon. Yeah. Pasokon. You just have technology, huh? Like tech class. What? I'm low. I'm definitely low. I need... Where are we at? 10? Communication at work. Oh, technically these are new, but Nikai and Ikai are introduced because of kanji. So let's try that kanji. We'll write it here. Something like that. This part is kind of weird, but that's okay. So floor, Kai. I'm getting so distracted by Oscar. This one was definitely tougher because I kind of rushed it near the end. I was more focused on sentence completion. Am I going to play or not? I usually start the day off with remembering what I learned yesterday. So it won't start for another 6 minutes. It's less about playing the game, but learning what's in the game. If that's what why you're using the word play. Trying to find 9 and 12. 3 more. Front desk. Going up. Right. What else can you say? At work? There are other expressions like using I guess we're using Gogo and Gozen differently to modify break. So there's like lunch break. Oh, yeah, Haru. Never mind. This isn't lunch break, but Haru Yasumi. Lunch break. You tried Duolingo? It's great. What did you use Duolingo for, Nicholas? And then I suppose the expression afternoon or go-go. Like a placeholder for go-go. I know I'm missing katakana. There's definitely way more katakana than this. Training, meeting, presentation. I think those are pretty excellent words. Is there any other form? Discussions, review, management. No, we already have management. Boss? No boss. We already had coworkers. What else could be happening at work? I think this is good enough. What do we have? 3, 6, 8, 9, 14. That's kind of a low. That's a bit low. Yeah. So total recall is a little below average today, but that's okay. Hey, H1. It has been a while. How are you? Alright, let's get into our review section and solidify all the stuff. Actually, we can probably look here. Ba and karaoke. Oh, and sing. Utaimasu. Yeah, utaimasu, ba, karaoke. I missed a string. So, ba, karaoke, and utaimasu. Oh, I forgot about, furado, furaido potato. Potato. How could I have forgotten that? Or, chahan. Alright, so I did miss a few there. And then I think the rest is fine, yeah. I missed ba, karaoke, utaimasu. Or is it ooh? Oh, we'll find out. And then fried rice and french fries. How could I forget furaido potato? And even chahan. I guess I won't forget them next time. All right. Okay, that's 4. Yeah, 693 days straight now. That's cool. Excellent. All right. Oh, okay. So this is the review of the first half. I don't read nonfiction.
Non-fiction は
Nonfiction は読みません。
読みません。
この新しい SF アニメを見ましょう。
この新しい SF アニメを見ましょう。Okay. You should watch sci-fi anime or this new sci-fi anime. Or
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。恋愛映画は見ません。
wait.
あまり
Yeah. So 恋愛映画はあまり見ません。 mimasen. Renai eiga wa amari mimasen. Eh, I don't really watch romance movies.
よく SF 映画を見ます。
よく SF 映画を見ます。映画を見ます。I watched a skit regarding the It's like E is. I watched Dogen's clip about like E is pretty much always pronounced the same, and then the student that he was playing, like, oh well, you know, it's not okay when it's after it's an extended Out of all the exceptions, you gotta love it. And they made like this. He made this meme joke comparing to English. It's like, yeah, exceptions to the rule. Yoku SF 映画を見ます. Whenever I hear 映画 or sensei, maybe even like even diphthongier things like norikae or baste. Take care. Good luck with Duolingo, Nicholas. Good luck. Yoku SF 映画を見ます. I often watch sci-fi movies. Okay.
カードゲームはあまりしません。
カードゲームはありません. Wait. Is that what you actually said? Oh, wait, hold up.
カードゲームはあまりしません。
Oh, あまりしません。カードゲームはあまりしません。
この話はノンフィクションですか？
この話はノンフィクションですか? Is this story non-fiction?カードゲームはあまりしません。
あまり
Sure.
この漫画の話は面白いですか？
この漫画の話は面白いですか?
すみません。このカードゲームはいくらですか
？3000 yen です。I almost said 3000 yen, por favor. You know. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I wonder what the etiquette is behind requesting payment using the word please. Because oftentimes when I think in my Spanish phrasing, when I tell someone how much it costs, I would say por favor at the end, and that's kind of inherited from English. But in this case, maybe that's just implied, since you're using like yes and stuff. Interesting. 3000 yen です。ホラー漫画は あまり読みません。
ほら、漫画はあまり読みません。
恋愛ゲームはあまりしません。
恋愛、ゲームはあまりしません。
いいえ。
いいえ。I'm having a deja vu moment about a deja vu moment about another deja vu moment right now. And it's the same situation, obviously, because it happens in, 61 days, right? いえ、ゲーム、OK。いえ、ゲームはしません。ゲームはしません。
ゲームはしません。
Yeah, let's practice the one kanji we have. Just for a little bit. Yeah, I can do it for 15 minutes. This one's kind of rough. We'll do other ones too. Maybe the last unit one? Oh, just kidding. That's a joke. There wasn't one in the last unit.
1回、
何回、
1回、
何回、何回、
何回、
何回、
1回、
1回、
何回、
1回、1回。
Introducing
Yes, Duolingo. I know.
1回、 1回、何回、
何回、1回、
何回、
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 1回、
1回、
何回、何回。何回、
何回、
1回、
何回、
何回、
1回、
何回、
1回、
何回、
1回、
1回。何回、1回。何回、
何回、
1回、
何回、
何回、
Mm.
1回、
何回、
1回、
何回、
1回、
1回、
何回
It's so much more
1
horizontal
回、
every time. Hold up. That was pretty. Focusing on different elements of the kanji.
1回、
1回何回
何回、1回、
何回、
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 1回、
Oh, that was pretty good.
1回、
何回、
That
何
left
回、
a little bit to be desired. Alright, let's do this one.
水、水曜日、
Oh, I can say these.
土曜日、
Yobi,
日、
hi,
私、
watashi,
水、
mizu,
水曜日、
水
That was a little small.
水、
水曜日、
It's the beat.
水曜日、何曜日、
Nanyobi,
卵、
tamago,
ふ
kun,
ん、水、
mizu. Okay.
卵、
Tamago. Okay. Oh boy.
卵、卵、
卵、
卵、
卵
卵、
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 Kayobi.
す、
Suiyobi. Okay.
土曜日、
Doyobi.
水曜日、
Suiyobi.
火曜日、
Kayobi.
金曜日、
Kinyobi.
日曜
Nichiyobi.
水曜日、
火曜日、
That's straighter than I thought.
曜日、
水曜日、
火曜日、 何曜日、
Suiyobi.
土曜日、
Doyobi. Mokuyobi.
何、何曜日、
Nanyobi.
金曜日、
Kinyobi.
土曜日、
Doyobi.
火曜日、
Kayobi.
月曜
Getsuyobi.
曜日、
何曜日、
Well, that was interesting.
何曜日、
火曜日、
Wait. Oh. I just gotta remember to look up in the top left.
何曜日、 日曜日、
Nihon.
日本、火曜日、
Kayobi.
金曜
Kinyobi. Okay.
Ta-
Interesting. Tamago and Mokuyobi.
木曜、
Hmm.
月曜日、母、
母、
卵、
卵、
金曜日、
金
木曜日、
日、
木曜日、木曜日、木曜日、土
土
曜日、
曜日、
卵、
卵、
日曜日、木
木
曜
曜日、
卵、日
日
曜日、
曜日、
土
土
曜日、
曜日、木曜日、
卵、
本、
木曜日、木曜日、卵、母、日曜日、金曜日、
Good old practice. Good old practice.
た
Same one.
月曜日、金曜日、木曜日、母、卵、木曜日、木曜日、木曜日、木曜日、卵、土曜日、
Whoops.
ご
Go.
日曜日、木曜日、
日、
卵、
木曜日、日曜日、卵、土曜日、
本、木曜日、卵、金曜日、日曜日、木曜日、母、
Okay. Maybe we throw in one last few exercise here for this.
1回、
1回、
This is the only one that guarantees the writing.
何回
Although I do feel like maybe this is
何回
where they haven't updated it
一
yet.
回
Because there is definitely a recurring
一回
kanji in this section too.
何回
That isn't
一回
logged. Perhaps this is as far as the most recent update goes.
1回
一回
We'll find out in the next unit.
1回
1回、
Rolling updates.
何回、
1回、
Still got a few minutes.
Ik-
Thanks, Aya.
1回
1回、
何回
1回、
何回
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 一回
1回
何回、
1回
1回
Still got some time.
1回
That's kind of sharp.
1回、
Although I don't mind writing it that sharp, actually.
何回
1回、
Like right here.
何
Just
回
do right angles.
何回
Oops.
何回
Eh,
何回
一回
1回
何回
That's a little too sharp.
1回、
Mm.
1回、
I had a lot more time than I thought.
魚、
Okay. The right. The right.
魚。魚、
魚、
魚
魚、
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 魚、魚、
魚、
魚
魚、
So we have some time. You're right. Fire.
火曜日、
火曜日、
火曜日
火曜日、
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 火曜日。
All right. That's the end of 15 minutes. All right. Let's get back to our lesson. Our two review sections for today.
1回、
Ikai. Wait. Just
1
ikai.
回。
Okay.
今日のミーティングはどこですか？
Oh, and we get to find out if we missed anything outside of the deal, right? The 2 or 3. 今日のミーティングはどうですか？今日のミーティングはどうですか？どうですか？ Yeah, sure. Wait. Oh, どこ not どこ。今日のミーティングはどこですか？ Where is today's meeting? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I like it. 今日のミーティングはどこですか？お手洗い。お手洗いは何回ですか？ Yeah.
お手洗いは何回ですか？
受付は1階ですか？受付は1階ですか？
受付は1階ですか？
受付は1階ですか？
1階 going up 1階受付は1階ですか？1階ですか？ミーティングは1階1階ですか？ or です。ミーティングは1階です。
ミーティングは1回です。
Okay.
1回、何回、
Okay.
何回、
Okay.
何回、1回、1
Right.
回、
They're really hitting
はじめ
that.
まして、山田健と言います。よろしくお願いします。
All right. Ken is introducing himself. Very nice. Hajimemashite. Hajimemashite. Yamada. Ooh, they swapped it up. Yamada Ken. Yamada Ken toimasu. Oh, hey. They also integrated the toimasu. A throwback. Yoku shiko. Wait. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. I forgot one of the kana in yoroshiku. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Hajimemashite. Yamada Ken to iimasu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Right. Introducing himself. Kiroi.
黄色い
Kiroi.
ミーティング
Meetingu. Oh, that's why it looks so weird. Popusu. Popusu.
ポップス
Popups. Popa absurd. Popabsurd. Oi. Oi, Maku-san. Oi, Maku-san. Oh. Oden Kino? Oden Kino? Ben Kino? Oh, Ben Kino. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. What? Wait. Are you asking what am I studying or how is studying? Is that completely implicit on how I'm studying? Like, hey, me. How's study? Oh, Genki no. Oh, that's Genki. Oh no. Sorry. Oh, Genki. I mixed up. What did I mix up? He. Yeah, I mixed up he Dakuon with K Dakuon. Genki. And then how does the no work again? How does the Genki no work? No is like, how is no being used there? Like, how is your health? Like, how, yeah. So since it's already implied that it's you that I'm talking, like you're talking to me, because you already established the subject. So, and you just leave everything else out because you don't really need it to repeat it. No is used to ask or for, give, or in explanation. Oh. Okay. I see. I'll have to keep that in mind next time. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing pretty alright. How are you doing, Lotus? I still think Popusu is absurd.
ジム
Jimu is fine.
ポス
Posta.
ター
I'm not sure how I feel about Posta. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu, right? This is a fixed phrase. Uketsuke wa nankai desu ka?
受け何回
Doing okay. Had a Japanese conversation lesson last night and had a hard time. Hadn't been able to practice particularly well as of late. But that's okay. Part of it all. I like it. How do you practice conversation lessons?
受付で会いましょう。
受付で会いましょう。受付で会いましょう。We should meet up at the front desk. 受付で会いましょう。The day threes are pretty relaxed most of the time, and if I relax, it's not as bad, or I don't pause as much. Oh, this is one that I missed. Iriguchi. Oh no, wait, no, that's from the last unit. Never mind. It's not part of the total recall of yesterday. Iriguchi, the entrance is part of the first half. Iriguchi.
入り口、
入り口は何回ですか?
何回?
Yeah, usually it's just having a lesson with a teacher who will help correct your mistakes. I see. Usually you have to come up with conversation topics too, which is always a bit interesting. Oh, I do love that type of thing. That is usually what I stick with as well. Not for language lessons, but for other things. So oftentimes when I have acquaintances or soon to be friends or people who I want to establish a deeper relationship with, I generally, when they're very reserved, I tend to take the initiative, and that's usually how that works out too. Like, oh hey, if we're gonna meet every day, try to bring a conversation topic, right? It's not only effective for language use. It's kind of, I'm sure you've heard me say it to a couple of strangers already. When someone comes by and say, I'm learning Duolingo in Japanese, learning Japanese in Duolingo as well. I say, well, hey, you know what? What would be a very fun exercise if when you learn something, feel free to stop by for a minute or two and tell me about what was interesting in your day, like using Duolingo. And often not only encourages language learning, which oftentimes mechanically people may find that as the basic requirement, it usually improves communication skills. And communication skills, in my opinion, supersede, it kind of supersedes, but it also follows language learning. So ultimately, regardless of how well you command your language, you also need the communication skills to use it, right? Like you need interesting combos or like ways you want to speak or different ways you want to speak. Maybe surprise the person that you're talking to. And even new topics. I like this thing that I want to talk about. A lot of times people think they need new topics to be interesting. However, being able to communicate old topics in different ways are also quite interesting. So you might be able to talk about Duolingo for 61 days and still sound like you're interested in Duolingo. What does that sound like? Oh, right. That's what I'm doing. I'm just kidding. That was a little facetious. Sorry. Yeah, totally. I'm a bit weak on both, so it's a bit of an interesting combo. That's extra bonus points, in my opinion. So when you said you had a hard time, but you say it's okay, it's part of the process, that means you did extra work. You put in extra efforts, and you're getting lots of gains. Far more gains than if you said, oh, it felt really comfortable. It felt like I did the same thing, and I'm really getting my act together. Like it felt like a breeze, like sometimes it's great to get affirmation for all the things, but it sounded like to me, it sounded like you worked really hard and then you still found it okay. And that's awesome, right? To me, that's awesome. That sounds like someone who is constantly improving and definitely do not rest on their laurels. So kudos, Lotus. Very, very encouraging. Makes me want to work harder, actually. I haven't been working too hard the last 2 or 3 days because of Duolingo being too casual with relying on the same patterns. Yankee des. Nice. And what are you up to, Hen? When you mention teacher, that's kind of how I sound. If I were to teach anything, I tend to sound like that all the time. So I kind of activated teacher mode a little bit there. Like, generally speaking, it's far more consistent for a teacher to acknowledge that someone is having a hard time, embracing that they're having a hard time, and reminding them that having a hard time also means they are aware of everything they're possibly working on, and they will improve incredibly. As opposed to, a student that says, yeah, this is boring, like, I'm not learning anything. It's like, that's on me. Sometimes I feel like that's on me because I'm not providing the challenge, and then also partially because that person is not motivated to go beyond whatever the system that I've provided. In fact, that student probably could teach me a thing on engaging them. Oftentimes when I see a student that's very bored, comfort, and kind of just progressively becoming more apathetic, that's a reflection upon me as well as a student. So oftentimes to remediate that, I typically ask what their interests are, and then we can frame the stuff around their interest. If they are disinterested, I must culture myself in order to engage them. Like, if it's a one-on-one thing. And the most recent type of teaching or mentoring that I've ever done is mentoring. So it's not in a large classroom setting. These are techniques that and insecurities that I'm expressing in a more of a one-on-one or shadowing or mentoring relation. Yeah, as a teacher, it seems difficult to not be able to control how much the students care. Yeah, so it takes a really big risk to invest a lot of time to make sure that you ask the student if there's any willingness that they're able to share some of their interests, and then framing the stuff around their interests helps you be creative and helps your communication, right? Teachers do fail in the communication department if they specifically focuses on what they believe is optimal and what they believe is the approach, right? If you keep bootstrapping that, then you'll be really consistent for sure. However, all the students that do not care as much, they'll fall by the wayside. So it's really up to you how you juggle the moralities and your display of self. For me, I tend to favor the bottom line approach. If I can engage the least engaged student and continue to work on that, then I can at least provide engaging content for the rest, because the rest of the students are likely engaged. So I tend to, it kind of sounds like special treatment. However, typically what I learned from the least engaged students, I try to use that as inspiration to further engage the students that are already engaged, right? So I already know what engages them, so I need to learn how to engage the students that aren't at the moment. And oftentimes the students that don't care or are bored, they're actually the ones that are they're accelerated way past the rest of the class. Like, it's not often it's because they're underperforming, or they're often pretty talented students and largely unmotivated to use that. So oftentimes I feel more comfort when a student says, this is really hard, and they continue to try, versus this is really easy, it's boring, I'm over it, it's time to quit. That's can be a beginning alarming signs of red flags regarding someone, because being dismotivated chronically tends to mean that they will become more and more selective over time. So they don't choose to work on skills they don't want to, and it's easier to be apathetic when you're spending most of your time deciding what's important to you and not listening to anyone. Kind of a fun little deep cut into teaching. I always wanted to, I consider picking up some tutoring jobs in the future, maybe. I really like interacting with case by case stuff. Yeah, that's cool that you have a teacher. Is this like a company related thing because you're going to Japan soon? Or is this your uh personal venture of having a Japanese teacher or a Japanese language teacher? I'm looking forward to working with you. Wait, I've already forgotten. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
よろしくお願いします
ミーティングは何回ですか？
ミーティング
ミーティングは何回ですか？Oh, right. ただ。ミーティングは何時からですか？
ミーティング
ミーティング
は
ミーティングは何時からですか？
何時からですか？
プリンターはどこですか？プリンタ
プリンタ
ーは
ーはどこですか？
ですか？
ですか？ Oh, do you feel like you've been carried right now by being able to use wa instead of a specific particle? Me? Being carried? What do you mean by being carried? I actually think the choices that they use wa here is important because they're the stuff that I would actually use wa here instead of like ni in some places and o in some places. You don't have to understand other particles? That's fair. Like not using other particles. My thought whenever they use wa, when I'm using wa is can this be a ni or can this be a de? A te? Or sorry, de or an o. So I don't ever think about it as I'm using the wa now. I usually, whenever I pick a particle, I'm asking myself what other particles can go there. So I don't think I feel carried, but at the same time, it's very comfort when it comes to particles. So I no longer feel like I need a crutch in any way. Most of the time I'm asking myself this question. I don't voice it out loud anymore because it's become very routine. Although there's a alternative perspective on this. Duo actually use wa very specifically here. So like they're not using it to avoid something. Or they're not using it to avoid learning something. They're using it to avoid being specific a lot of times. Like for example, one that happens a lot is they use wa because of question. Or when ka is being used as a question marker. However, I know recently, at least there are two. It's more of an unknown marker. Ka is an unknown marker. Uptone is more of a question marker. So you could say this as without the uptone and it would mean something different. However, a lot of times for duo specifically, wa is preferred when they use ka at the end of the like sentence question thing. At the end of a clause. So this is what I'm thinking when they use wa, if that helps. I don't know if that's considered being carried or not. But one thing that duo, it's a duoism. So I'm becoming, I guess this is part of Duolingo fluency, right? Yeah. So whenever is this, they default to wa because they think of it more conceptually as a topic, like a suggestion or a lighter thing that's non-specific. There are occasions where they throw in what overrides this preference is often when there's a specific predicate or phrase that requires like a ni or an o sometimes, but they actually flip the o into a wa when, or ha, however you want to, a wa whenever it becomes a question. So a lot of times, like eat, like tabemasu, right? Say like sushi o tabemasu, or like I eat sushi, right? So when it say do you eat sushi, it flips to a wa. So it's one of those things that I kind of like it, but these are the things I think about whenever that happens. It happens so frequently that I no longer say it out loud. I might get back into the habit of saying all these things out loud. Anyways, thanks for asking. The answer is yes and no. Yes, because wa is pretty all-purpose and you're not actually using other particles. That's a fair point. Does it help understand other particles? No, because you're only using wa. However, I'm thinking more than just using the wa most of the time. Gozen no, like every time no comes out as well. So every time no comes out, I'm asking myself, is this quote unquote fossilized? Yeah. And I'm keeping track of what no is nominalizing, right? Or if it's not nominalized. So I'm taking account of this and this every time no comes up, just to keep track of all the different combinations. And in this case, yeah, you have the wa again, right? I don't know enough to be comfortable using something other than a wa here, but I suppose you could use a ni? Yes. This is a time? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know enough, so I wouldn't be confident in using something other than that. But yes.
9時から
Kara desu. So I would love for them to in a different way, I would love them to experiment more with particles so I can see more patterns and particle use patterns. I look forward to seeing if they introduce the other two functions of ka. Yesterday I was doing my evening grammar read and it was an article on ka. So as an unknown marker. I like my use case for ka in the future was probably either or, right? Neither, either or. I would love to be able to see examples in Duolingo using ka as an unknown marker for that. To answer the 15-minute ago question from before my boss walked in. Okay, Lotus. You're just hiring a teacher one-off on italki. Okay, italki. Okay. Okay, fair enough. I should consider that in the future. It would be kind of fun. Although you wouldn't be able to see me do that kind of thing, right? So that's kind of... There's one big restriction on the stuff that I'm using. One big conditional on the stuff I'm using to show this stuff is that I can't show it. So oftentimes that is the biggest restriction. So a lot of people constantly ask things like use LingQ, use have you test other things. I can't show that. So I'm not a YouTube content creator. As in, like, what I mean is I don't make short form or semi short form or long form content. That is not my intent. It doesn't illustrate my primary goal of working on something for a very long time. Oh, sure. Are you comfortable with having that? Whoops. Yeah. Thanks. Are you comfortable with that link being there? Okay. I wanted to make sure beforehand. So I'll put this aside for later. Okay. I kind of forgot that it opens up, and so okay. Thank you, Lotus. Thank you. All right. I'll take a look. And it looks like it's all in it's scary. Okay. Oh, is this like your notes for... Oh my goodness. Oh my. All right. That will... Okay. I will attempt to like read... Oh, that's... You know what? This is like a great decoding thing. You know what this would make a great exercise for? Yeah, she writes down the gist of the conversation and highlights issues. Okay, so I actually think this would be cool to do together sometime. A bit down the road, I already see 4 things that I need to look up. But we could do this live sometime in the future. You know, like take your conversations, and as I'm doing it, I would try to like first go over what it actually says to me first. Okay, this is good. I like this. I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna bookmark this for now. Okay. That's I have an idea. Yeah. And then what that does is I can actually get direct feedback from you, if you know what I mean. Like, you are the person who's involved in it, so you actually technically is the expert in this situation. So we'll have to think about that. I'll keep that in mind. I'll probably look at it myself for the time being, but a little bit further down the road, I think it would be fun to spend some amount of time trying to like get your guidance through it and seeing what I can do with like a Gshow and all the other resources I have, gshow.org, and so to see if I can, comprehend what the notes mean. And honestly, that's kind of interesting because comprehending notes is a very different type of dynamics than having a conversation and also reading stuff, right? I don't know if you've ever read anyone else's notes. It requires some of the highest level of comprehension. Like, for example, you go to class and you missed a class and you ask your friend for their notes. That is legitimately one of the hardest tasks, to try to comprehend someone else's notes, like without control and whatnot. So I actually think that would be really interesting to see if I can even garner 1 or 2 sentences out of your notes. Yeah, definitely someone else's chemistry notes I have to read like 4 times. Yeah, I actually think that's one of the highest order of understanding, that even in a native language, it's so difficult to understand someone else's like shorthand. Like I have shorthand in notes. They're well organized, but they're incredibly shorthanded. So when someone asks like, why does this one word what does this one word mean? It doesn't have any context. Like, well, it does have context, and I explain it, but it's like, but that's just one word. So yeah, note taking can be absurdly nuanced, like incredibly nuanced, probably even to a greater extent than talking to your close friends with inside jokes. Like, it's almost as selective as that. When you talk to a close friend, you start cutting phrases, you only say like a couple words and they mean like 8 billion different things because you share memories and there's too many subtexts and inside jokes. Then you get to notes, and I'm like, how does writing fish remind you of Superman? Excuse me? Like, oh no, I draw a fish to remind me of Avogadro's number, and I'm like, okay, all right. I suppose that works. I do it all the time though. I read a lot of people's notes because sometimes improving note taking or something in different ways. And when I mean by improving note taking, it's not focused on how to take the notes. It's how to increase the meaning of notes. So some people often say like, I don't get it. Is it because my notes are bad? Like, am I taking bad notes? And I ask them like, so how are you taking notes? And their response, a lot of times, ones that are struggling, is, oh, I try to remember everything. So I try to write everything down. Okay. Slow down. When you write everything down, are you able to write everything down? First of all, like, you ask the person, right? Do you feel like you're able to write everything down? And 90 to 95% of the time, the person would say, no, that's where I'm struggling. I can't write everything down. All right. Let's focus on what you can do right now. So how can you capture more of the stuff by sacrificing what you can't do right now, right? If your goal is to write everything down and it's not happening, how can we work towards increasing your efficiency in any way? And a lot of times it would be very mechanical at first, like take pictures, record audio, simplify words, right? Use keywords that are grouped together in meaning, so that whenever someone says something like, what words can you eliminate from your notes? As in, how do you shorthand more? Don't, focus on things you can sacrifice without losing much of the meaning. So things like, oh, and then he went, and then he wrote this stuff. Oh, he noticed that the professor constantly says this phrase. You don't need that phrase anymore then, because it's always implied. So that's kind of like how Anji, the compression works. So over time, the notes become more and more shorthand. And that's ultimately why it's incredibly impressive when you talk to someone who takes good notes, as in the person that takes very good notes. Oftentimes, those notes are so efficient, it can be very difficult to understand. And the one thing about that is, this is the paradox with note taking. The common stereotype or misconception is that the person who understands the most has the most comprehensive notes, as in the person who understands the most is likely to write everything down. It's actually quite the opposite. The person who is most knowledgeable about the topic is incredibly efficient, and their notes are incredibly subtextual. They don't spend a lot of time needing to write everything down. So all like single words, single examples. For me, my notes, what do my notes look like? They're only examples. So oftentimes I would say, if someone asked me for my notes, I'm like, if you need me to be there, like, I could go through all of this with you instead. So oftentimes I more prefer to be the person who is actively involved in helping the person, as opposed to passing the notes. So I would make time to explain my notes. I only record examples because through the examples, it's implicit what, to me, it's implicit what all that is a showing. So basically, it's like doing your homework. So when someone looks at my notes, like, why is your notes only the how to solve all the homework questions? It's like, because that's how I remember all the concepts. I don't bother explicitly telling me what the concept is. If I can solve the problem and think about the problem in many different ways, then I already understand the concept. So my notes are I remember a few times in my life where someone asked me for my notes and they largely just looked at me and was like, well, this is just the homework. I'm like, yes, it is the homework. That's why I like homework. I like doing homework and doing questions and stuff, and then writing about what I'm doing or what I learned from those things. And the professor, I go into class, I sit there and I listen to the professor. That's about it. Sometimes I write down funny things I notice about the professor, like, oh yeah, like observations about the person teaching. Like, man, the person really likes this topic. I'm gonna make a note that they really like this topic, because that'll be effective in getting a good grade. If my goal is to get a good grade, I focus on what's important to the professor, not what I need to know. Generally speaking, I already know what I need to know. It's not required for me. So oftentimes my notes focus on what the professor emphasizes over and over again. And I do exams at the professor, not the professor telling me new things. It might not be the same for everyone else, but generally that's how I learn. I study the person most of the time, because the semantic knowledge comes, it comes and goes. It's much like how I'm approaching Japanese. I prefer to know the people using Japanese. I prefer to know the people who are learning Japanese, and everything else comes about it. If I interact with people who learn Japanese all the time, I will learn most of their strategies. I will be exposed to most of their strategies. It'll come naturally. So much like immersion and, talking to a Japanese teacher, if you spend a lot of time with someone, you inherently have a selective advantage in getting most of their experience. So instead of juggling like, oh yeah, did I learn the right way, or did I... It's, in my opinion, secondary. Very secondary. I love talking about this stuff. Sorry. I kind of digressed a little. I wasn't going to digress today because today is review day. But perhaps that might inspire some people to think about studying in a different way. I absolutely love mentorship, but I'm biased. I'm also biased because I had the privilege of going to higher education, especially higher education that emphasizes mentorship. And so it's not about what is the best way, what is whatever optimal or stuff. It's about finding a great way to balance your interest and taking advantage of whatever is offered to you. Meanwhile, I can't really show that, right? So Duolingo is as good as anything. Oftentimes people always ask me like, well, why don't you do this? And I'm like, can I stream it? Because the valuable thing is not Duolingo. The valuable thing, I like to believe, is me, right? Otherwise, if I want to learn Japanese the best way, I would stop streaming. I would stop recording myself. There's an absolute... If I'm hyper pragmatic, I should stop streaming and do all the things everyone recommends. It's so interesting how few people understand the what's in front of them. As in, you're observing a streamer recording the use of Duolingo. Now ask yourself when you give an advice, oh yeah, try LingQ. LingQ is the best. Or try Cure Dolly. And I'm like, Cure Dolly is an intellectual property of someone else. I can't be guaranteed that using their stuff and whatnot, I wouldn't like sometime down the road it's like, oh well, you made money or you took things and liberties from our property. It's the first thing, right? I love this Dogen's skit that I watched yesterday, and he talked about he has a gag at the end, but he was being quite serious in the middle of in most of it. And it's the idea that Japan has all these good stuff. It's like this, it's really good, all this food is good, but the reality is the food that people are talking about is targeted towards Japanese people. Like, oh yeah, this sushi is so good because it's fatty. It highlights all the things because it's targeted. So if you understand what the media is using to target them, you understand what the motivations and purpose and intent of it. And it can reveal a lot of things. And that's usually what I mean by oftentimes when people offer advice, they offer what they think the person is doing. But if you step back a little and ask, the first question is, I'm watching a streamer use Duolingo. So what does a streamer who spends many hours streaming Duolingo, what are the questions and purposes that they have to do prior to doing anything else? And to me, that's the mantra of process-oriented thinking, right? So if your end goal thinking and immediately jumping to conclusion that my primary goal is to learn Japanese, right? That's the end goal. Sure. That's fine. That's easier. It takes less effort, honestly. Honestly, in 90% of the time, it's easier to view someone's intent at the end goal. If you are process-oriented, the first question you would ask is, why did he choose? Why did this streamer choose Duolingo? Well, obviously, it's for the end goal of learning Japanese. That's not it. What was the first step? Well, the first step is, hey, this guy's a streamer. What can they stream? Duolingo is one of them. So what else can they stream? Well, a lot of times, 90% of this advice is things that I am unsure I can stream in the first place. So order matters. The order matters all the time to me. And that goes with learning Japanese, having a great rapport with your teacher. If you, like, for example, process-oriented thinking. Okay, you don't like the teacher. You don't like the teacher, right? But you tell yourself, I need to learn something. So you skip this and say, I'm just going to learn anyways. Right? And some students, what happens is they don't like the teacher so much, they don't learn anything, regardless of how hard they try. Oftentimes, I found that if I am likable, so in the reverse perspective, so this is the student's perspective. In the reverse order, if I can't make students adherently or intuitively find me likable, as in good communication, shared interest, if any of those are like missing, it doesn't matter what you're teaching them. If you're teaching them anything, they're not going to listen to you. So this is like end goal. If your end goal is, oh, I'm hired to do a job, I have to teach whatever, 10 units. All right, let's just get on it. Let's just skip over trying to be interesting to your students. So how does that impact your overall goal? It's up to you, obviously. Most teachers say, it's my job. I teach the 10 units. It's not my problem if the student doesn't care or doesn't engage. I'm paid to do a job, and that's fair enough. That's actually very fair. And that's not that much different from someone who goes around and say, I use Anki, Hirodali, Dear Dolly, and what was the other one? Yamatin? I don't know. One of those. Like, throw in whatever buzzwords you have. You're not creating rapport with the person. So I honestly appreciate this approach. I don't use it myself. If someone ever asks me for help, you're going to sit down with me for at least a week so I can understand all the things, at least adequately understand all the things that are currently working. You don't think it's working, and feeling out the person, right? That's why I can't talk to thousands of people. I don't. That's not gonna happen. It's definitely not gonna happen. But yeah, gotta be encouraging, or gotta be appropriate. I think the word I want to use is appropriateness. Can't resonate with someone? Well, you can't teach them then. If you want to help someone, you have to connect with the person first. You can choose to gamble, though. It can happen, right? It can happen. If you gamble, I would say if your advice is based on expert advice that's based on gigantic pools of data, you're more than likely to be consistent, right? You will be consistent. So all the time-tested things, so very optimized things. Throw your dice. Sometimes you land. Most times you land. Sometimes you fail. Which is why the people that come in and say you ought to do X aren't going to have the best lesson to teach right away. Indeed. And for me, my goal is, well, if they went out of their way to come in and say something, I'm gonna at least try to take some value from them, right? It's not like they're giving me, if it makes them feel better that they're giving me value, that's perfectly fine. But I'm there to capitalize on someone's experience. It's free experience. So if they're really angry about Duolingo, it's free experience. You might be thinking, okay, someone's really angry at Duolingo. How do I use that to my advantage? Well, I analyze what the arguments they have, what the tendencies they have, and the language that they use. And whenever I meet another person who's angry at Duolingo, I learned from the first person what makes them angry. So I use that information to better communicate for future. Even if it's a conflict of interest, there's some value to understanding what your opponents are. So most of the time, I prefer to be working hard on opponents as opposed to the other way around. That's largely what, if someone asks me one of the maybe 5 hallmarks of someone who's gone through a PhD, is that you farm your opponents. Rarely is the case that you need to ever focus on your own position if you can farm your opponents. That is the natural state of a PhD. You can't get a PhD without being able to understand all your counter arguments, all your peers who yeah, I know. I threw it in because, gamer speak, right? I gotta lower down in a more intellectual way. It would be to your peers offer you the biggest resilience to your data. So if you can address all your opponents, as in all your critics, that inevitably will strengthen your own stance and reveal a lot about how to strengthen your methodology and approaches. So my learning, I'm not an expert in any of the things that I've said so far, learning, mentoring, and stuff. The way I gathered most of these experiences and the way I'm consistently able to appear like I understand what I'm speaking is often because I'm looking for information from everyone. I'm not projecting what I know. I rarely project unless someone asks me directly for what I know. I'm actually communicating all the information that I've observed and people have spoken to me. So whenever I say things like, oh yeah, oh, I remember kata, it's because 10 other people mentioned kata by passing, right? So, oh yeah, I remember the no stuff because of X, Y, and Z person. So most of the time I'm actually borrowing all the knowledge because I spend more time taking in everyone's thing. If I ever go and sell something or do something professionally, you'll probably know. I haven't ever done anything like uniquely me, except for when I was drawing. Oh, actually, even when I'm drawing, like Inktober stuff, all the prompts, I tell people where my inspirations come from. And exactly what I'm doing. It's not my own original idea. Originality comes naturally when you're spending more time collecting information, in my opinion, because they'll eventually synthesize into something that's hard to mimic. So what is hard to mimic in the learning language, learning Japanese thing, according to native like speakers? What is unique about me, I suppose? Well, I do pretty much a lot of what they do, and I use Duolingo. And if that's not unique enough, then I don't know. I'm multilingual, technically. So, do I project multilingualist? No. What about Japanese? I like Romaji. Right? So it's all of the above. The more I collect, the more the unlikely case that someone is going to be able to pick any specific thing to argue against. Because, like, for example, native like would say Duolingo is awful. Duolingo is awful. And since I use Duolingo, I asked them, when did you use Duolingo for Japanese? Right? And then they're going to say, well, I used it back in 2022. Well, 2023, post 2023 Duolingo is different than post 2022. So objectively, can you prove that 2022 is the same as 2023? Axiomatically, your basis for your entire objective review is incorrect. That is the scientific method, right? What is the first section of every journal article? It's the introduction, the current state of the product or the methodology you're using. You have to thoroughly be up to date in order to present an objective case, right? So that's kind of what I try to do most of the time. So a lot of people would say, well, Romaji is a crutch. It's like, well, okay. What is the current state of Romaji, right? Even I don't know that. But I can tell you one thing. People still use it on keyboard. That in itself, they have to address, well, how do you convince people to discard Romaji for keyboard? And then that'll take them down a rabbit hole of economics, manufacturing, like keyboard manufacturers, Windows OS. It keeps going. Like, it's easier to ask questions as an opponent than projecting your own advice. Generally when it comes to mentorship and teaching and advice, I try to ask the most relevant questions, because I personally do not doubt the person that I'm speaking to is far more competent than they give their self credits for. Asking encouraging questions can make this person solve all the problems themselves and be able to be adaptively address critics. Like, unfortunately, being told what to do and giving the shortcut. I don't want to use the word shortcut. Giving a lot of cutting to the chase kind of thing and whatnot doesn't give the opportunity for the other person to feel useful in their own with their own devices. And over time, I do find students where you try too much of that, they become dependent on something. It could be you, and I don't want that. I personally, as a teacher, the most proudest moment, or as an educator, the proudest moment is when that student supersedes you and they can do anything without you, right? So yes, actually, that's actually one of the flaws of Duolingo, where the dependency, you can end up creating a dependency, which is what I feel most people refer to as Duolingo fluency. So you can end up being dependent on. What that tells me is the people who use Duolingo have something that is core, that's dependent on Duolingo. What is that? It's motivation. It, like, the order of things. When you say, oh no, Duolingo's problem is how accurate, the accuracy or comprehensiveness, right? Well before that is motivation. And to me, I think my critique of Duolingo is I hope the company will eventually do a lateral movement, or maybe even a earlier step to, it's usually lateral movement, like down here, to teach how to stay motivated. Because this skill still supersedes this skill. This is end goal stuff. When you focus on end goal stuff, it's like, well, you won't even get to its accuracy and comprehension. You can improve all the comprehension and accuracy you want. The grammar could be the most impeccable thing, like plenty of examples. Genki textbook, any textbook is like more comprehensive. Then why doesn't it work when you keep arguing and focusing on why does the company find that the results keep backing we should focus on motivation, we should keep focusing on motivation, we should keep engagement up? Why does the company not see the obvious answer that most people say is the problem? It's not. It's process oriented. If you aren't motivated first, you can't get to here. It could be the best resource in the entire world. It's not accessible. And what I mean by accessibility, I mean figuratively. Unlike people who use literal for everything. Figuratively, it's not accessible. Because to a person's mind, you can't get them to motivate themselves. And I honestly think Duolingo has a very great shot at having an alternative course of alternative thinking. They may be a great opportunity to use it as a psychological exercise, a way to teach people, hey, what happens when Duolingo goes away? How can you take whatever you're learning from Duolingo's model and then apply it to anything else that Duolingo doesn't offer, right? If you take away the leaderboards, or you take away the design and the closed community and stuff, how do you create your own community? How do you use your imagination to make learning fun, right? When Duolingo goes away. So there aren't any characters. Would you invent a character? Because I do. I invent a story. All the things I read in a textbook, I invent stories when I read textbooks. That's how I got around all these things. Textbooks are funny and fun because there are stories in the textbook, for me personally. So it's not because I don't like novels back then, or I don't have pleasure reading like fiction or something. When I read a textbook, I'm creating my own fiction too. So order. Order matters. I just happen to be able to benefit from textbooks, learning things, and still have my creativity engaged. However, if I didn't have that and I don't like textbooks, this could have came first. Order does matter. So it's one of those things. Why is Duolingo not boring right now? Is I don't usually only think about whatever's in front of me. I think about more than that. And that is a process that I actually think Duolingo can teach implicitly. I mean, explicitly. They can probably teach that explicitly if they want. Right now, they're using it implicitly. So how do they do it implicitly? Through social media. That's how they're keeping their people coming back at the expense of never reaching learning comprehension. Like, they are so good at this, right? That learning has become optional. The engagement is enough. What does that look like a lot of times? And that's my major concern. It looks like TikTok. You know, it looks like your YouTube algorithm. You don't have to learn anything to be happy, because this comes first, or engagement comes first. And that's kind of one of the things, like, how do you engage but give someone, reveal to someone why you're engaged? A lot of times they use data. I use data a lot. So for example, it would be awesome to have YouTube say, oh, this is what the algo is recommending, because they noticed that you did this the last 10 days. Ask yourself what this means to you. Things like that. Something that makes it a little bit more explicit. Like, hey, have you noticed that you've been on Duolingo for... And Duolingo use some of this, like the chart with the XP. XP is kind of an indirect way of showing you these things. Competitive games show statistics to help gauge like how your performance is. But it can also lead to unintuitively, right? Those who find this unintuitive, what motivates you. And I can't... That's... If I had a focus of why I stream Duolingo use, is this. Implicitly, I want to use myself as an example, not because it could be better using like a hack or a short form thing. Is I want to demonstrate to people that it's a lot of things at the same time. And the more things you have, the more likely there aren't obstacles in your way. So like, I will humbly say that many of the obstacles that people see at the end game, right, the end goal of learning Japanese, will likely not happen to me, because I'm actively problem solving for those things. So in the end, I will likely agree with those people who have learned with an emotional expectation that didn't meet. I didn't start Duolingo thinking that this was the perfect tool, right? There's no part of my problem solving. I don't do things to not solve problems. It's kind of interesting that a lot of people wish that whatever they use don't have problems. No problems, right? I use the perfect tools. My life is perfect. I always know what the best thing to do. I don't run towards best things. When I have something to learn, I run towards problems. They're not my problems. There's whatever problems other people have. That's what makes me, I think, that's what helps me solve other people's problems when they want to approach me. I can't help solve problems if my life is filled with no problems. right? Like, if I'm always doing the best thing, if my life is always perfect, I never solve problems because I always know what the perfect things to do. You, in my opinion, are a worse teacher. Teachers need to solve problems. Learning is the problem. Helping people learn. When you help someone and you're healthy and stuff, you have to run towards problems and see how you can fix them. You know, how to improve them, not how to ignore them. So when someone says stop using this, they're ignoring the problem. So they can't possibly tell you what the problem is anymore. Like, for example, Duolingo Japanese is awful. What's the problem? They do not teach kana. I actually had this. I legitimately, someone told me they do not teach kana. They do not teach kanji. They don't teach kanji. They don't use kanji even. Like, I actually heard someone tell me that Duolingo doesn't use kanji. Right? And it's probably some fluent person. Like, this person was clearly, like, knows Japanese really well. Is this helpful? No, it's not. It's actually deconstructive. It's actually misinformation. So, yeah, it can be tough. I'm not saying the person is malicious. The person is probably really kind-hearted and cares about the person to some extent. Right? It's tough. I think there are people who like to help people, and then there are people who like to help and can teach. Teaching is ironic, because if you spend time teaching, then you're not spending time mastering something. So if you ask yourself, your goal is to become the best native-like Japanese speaker ever, then you're not focusing on teaching. It doesn't actually make you a better teacher. In my opinion, it actually takes away from teaching most of the time, because you spend more time working on making yourself better than practicing skills to help other people. You are only helping yourself. That makes you more and more focused on yourself. So you start to convince yourself that there's a one-size-fits-all over and over again. Like, this is the best. This is what works for me. I only know this because I only practice these things. And the first thing that comes out of your mouth is you assume that that person is you from 10 years ago or from 15 years ago. And you give advice legitimately to derail that person, regardless of what that person is doing. That's projection. You are projecting your own experience, and you hope that all the advice you give makes them successful. Not in the best way, because it's your best way. You can't guarantee that. So whenever someone tells me like a heckin' three paragraph summary of like, oh, if you do this and this, you're more likely to get 10x the amount because you got the 10x amount, not me. Right? So teaching starts with the person you're teaching first, in my opinion. So park your arrogance and your pride at the door first, in my opinion. It sounded a little aggressive, but I mean, those guys are really good at Japanese. I don't think they have a problem if some novice, amateurish Japanese learner is criticizing them. I'm sure their pride will prop them up to a great extent. They're fluent in Japanese already, so it's not like I'm chipping away at their credibility. They're obviously very hardworking people who understand Japanese. But do not, in my opinion, I humbly argue that you are terrible at communication and terrible at teaching. As an exchange, that's the cost of being a fluent speaker, in my opinion. Like, I don't think I'm a very good English teacher, for example, because I didn't focus on teaching English. I focus on using English, right? That kind of thing. Deep cut, but I usually use myself as a great example.
このプリンターは便利ですね。
I'm terrible at teaching English. I only introduce exceptions, questions, and confusion whenever I speak English or talk about English because I'm just not sure about anything. So when someone asks me like, do you have any tips for learning English? What's your native language? Possibly find someone who's a little ahead of you in that journey and look and observe what they're doing. And then go find another person and look and observe what they're doing. And then another person, and then another person. All that effort you take on finding out where you are with respect to where someone else is will make you naturally be able to pick up all the learning methods from them. And you get to pick and choose whichever one you want. That's my hot take, I would say. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. In the long run, it will help you with your second language, your third language, your fourth language. It doesn't even have to deal with language. You'll know what to look for to help you learn anything. Like, I need to learn physics now. What kind of person am I looking for to learn physics from? Right? Because you have an endless permutation of people. So now you're more focused on finding the right person or finding the right sources that meet your needs, as opposed to worrying about what you have to learn, when you have to learn it, how long it takes. The security you have is you're never worried when someone comes around and spreads fear, doubt, and uncertainty, FUD, F-U-D, you're not worried. Like when someone says, oh yeah, if you keep using Duolingo, you're practically going to waste hundreds of hours feeling regretful. Funny story. That's probably not going to happen. Statistically, 99% of the time for me, it's not going to happen. I didn't start Duolingo thinking that I was going to regret it. That's a very different perspective. The person that's talking to me that talks about that is likely someone who's very regretful. They are projecting their regret onto me without even knowing how regretful I am. Am I regretful at anything I've done? Not really. I can try very hard to think about a few things that I'm regretful for. Like, for example, not picking up someone when they fell down in public. Sometimes I do feel regretful for that. Like I witnessed someone fall down, but I told myself if that person needed help, they would reach out, right? They would call. But then the back of my head would say, there's a chance, there's a time and place, but it's not dire at the moment. That person picked themselves up. Hopefully they go about their days. Those are the tiny little regrets that I feel almost obligated to think about for an evening or two, right? Every person that fell down that I can't pick up. Does that sound trivial to a lot of people? Some people might think like, oh yeah, don't let those things bother me. It's like, well, they don't bother me, right? I think about them though. They're important. What about all the people that I can't pick up when they fall down every second, every day, that kind of thing? If you can handle up to that point, if you can handle even sparing some time being concerned with things you can't control, then ultimately I give you a gold star, because then you've reached a state of mind where pretty much if anyone attacks you individually, you're worrying about things you can't control and you still feel happy. Think about that for a moment. Imagine being in life and you conquered nihilism. I don't think... If you told me like, yeah, you know, the world kind of sucks, there's all these things, but one day at a time. If you say something like that, I know you're a healthy person. If you're concerned about, what if I start this and 3 years down the line, I'll regret everything I've done, then I'm worried about you. Just quite instinctively worried about you. Like, oh yeah, you shouldn't do this because it's the worst thing ever. I'm worried about you. Because what else do you think this way? Your relationships? I hope relationships are different for someone that says that, because having a relationship with Japanese or learning Japanese is having a relationship with someone else is a step up from having a relationship with language learning. If you're so used to focusing on the best things on how to learn a language, you're not practicing, in my opinion, you're not even practicing transferable skills to having relationships with other people. So the way people advise me on Japanese, how open-minded they are about learning Japanese and critiquing products and stuff, if that is already disagreeable, nowhere in my mind do I think I can establish an interpersonal relationship with that person. Because ultimately, that's more important things. They will behave even more exaggerated. If you already get up in someone's case about the way they learn Japanese, then I can't possibly be friends with someone like that. Because it's even more important when it comes to friendship. So this person, you know, from 2 days ago used his friend as a sob story for his motivations. I'm definitely not that person. I don't resonate with that type of motivation. My friends, the people around me, they're brilliant. They have their struggles and whatnot, but I wouldn't use them to motivate my own selfish arrogance and pride. I would actually champion them. I would be thankful for them. You know, if it wasn't for, you know, you, Lotus, right? You, like, just thinking back, it's already been like 60 days, right? It's not that long, but if I had to think back, this experience would be incredibly different without our conversations. You know, Lotus, Indy, right? Even the occasional Blue, and then Victor. All those things are priceless, and it wouldn't have happened without Duolingo. What can you say? Would I trade it off for some like bee's knees, balls to the wall, fluency crash course using Anki and several other things? Nah, I wouldn't trade that up. Nah, I don't linger in the past. Like, but you know, if you use like Ling Q, you would have been exposed to like 6 or 7 experts that know exactly what they're doing. It's like, yeah, that's not how this works. In hindsight, you know, after the fact, yes, it's very easy to know what you could and could not have done. That's not how life works, at least in my opinion. It's an unhealthy way to look at life. You live the present. Kind of like the Japanese language. They don't distinguish between the present and the future. If you're talking about it, it was already come to pass in the present. Right? I actually think that's pretty cool about the Japanese language. It's like, oh, but I would have done this. And I'm like, nah. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry. Just a little bit of a digression. Maybe I'll put that up for today. I don't know what it's gonna be called, but something. Thanks, Lotus. Thanks for the inspiration. I also have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. I thought of a great example of using data as a feedback to maybe point out stuff. Fitness trackers. Probably one of the darlings of the internet culture and technology would probably be fitness trackers. However, interpreting fitness trackers still requires like a human handle, right? So oftentimes journaling is the first step to collecting enough data about oneself to truly adjust some stuff. I do that every day, and then every 25 days, the day before, I have to reflect on Duolingo, like all the trends and stuff in my behavior. Like, am I feeling more enthusiastic? Am I declining and whatnot? So I've already kept track of like how many elements I learn each day, or every 2 days, or for 2 days every third cycle, right? That kind of thing. Right. So, gotta back into gear. Gotta get back into gear. Ono printer. Yeah, printer. Ono printer wa. Oh, bendy desu ne. Haven't seen bendy in quite some time. So this printer is convenient, isn't it?
トレーニングは1回です。トレーニングは
wa ikai. Wait,
1
ikai
回です。
this. Okay, training is on the first floor,
ト
alright.
レーニングは1回です。
Training wa. Yeah, the gu is like really cut off in these ones. Training wa ikai desu. Okay.
明日のミーティングは何時からですか？
明日のミーティングは何時？いや、何時からですか？明日のミーティングは何時からですか？ Sure. From what time is tomorrow's meeting? Fair enough. Morning job training.
午後
Go. Yeah. Go
トレーニング
training.
の
Go no training. Yeah. Wait. Not
午
go.
後午前
Gozen no. Yes. Gozen no training.
ミーティングは何時からですか？
ミーティングは何時からですか？ Okay. From what time is the meeting today? Wait, is the meeting just the meeting? I threw in a kyo for whatever reason.
午前のミーティング。
Okay.
午前のミーティング。
Show.
ナビ
Nabi.
バンド
Bando.
プリンター
話。
トレーニングは何時からですか？トレーニングは
何時ですか？
何時ですか？
Wait. トレーニングは
から
probably から何時からですか？
トレーニングは何時からですか？
トレーニングは何時からですか？ Okay, short.
午前
午前。
の
Oh,
ミーティング。
I say, oh. 午前のミーティング。
プリンターは毎日使いますか？プリ
プリン
ンターは
ターは毎
毎
日
日使います。
使いますか？
プリンターは毎日使いますか？
プリンターは毎日使いますか？使いますか？使いますか？
プリンターは毎日使いますか？
使いますか？プリンターは毎日使いますか？
午前のミーティングは何時からですか？
Okay. From what time is the morning meeting? Or what time is the morning meeting? Fair enough. You told me to say my new word and I like... Oh, Canada? Because you're Canadian? Oh, Ashton, you're Canadian, huh? Canada. Nice. Did you already get like... So, Canada Jin desu, right? Ashton... what you call it? Canada Jin desu. Yes? Hi. Nice. I think yeah, they also introduced America in the same unit. So I would say America Jin desu. To clarify, watashi no, right? I suppose watashi wa America Jin desu, in case it's not implied enough, right? You don't get to you don't get Chinese and Korean until much later, but I guess I would say Chugoku no America Jin desu. I'm not sure if that's how that works. But Canada, nice. You got any other words, Ashton? I kind of have an idea where you are in Duolingo. Very nice. How are you enjoying Duolingo right now?
Furui.
Furui. Furui
プリンター。
プリンター。Also, do you speak French at all, Ashton? Being Canadian? I'm kind of curious if you're French Canadian. I haven't had I think you're the first Canadian, self-identified Canadian that I've met since starting Duolingo. We've met Brazilians, few Americans, Irish, Finnish, German, Croatian, Italian, multiple French, a couple of Japanese, someone who talks about the Middle East very often, Bangladesh. There's quite a lot around the world. Norwegian. Oh, lots of different places. The morning meeting is from 9 o'clock. Okay. So, Gozen no meetingu wa 9時からです。9時からです。 So,
午前
午前
の
の
ミー
ミーテ
ティング
ィング
は
は
9
9
時
時
か
からら
で。
ですす。トレーニングは1回です。
トレーニングは1回です。
Oh, this one, referring to what Indy mentioned earlier. This particular phrase, I would say, yes, I feel like this is a crutch right here. You can probably use a different particle for this one. Meetingu wa ikkai desu. You can definitely use a different particle here. Okay.
食堂は何階ですか？
Shokudo.
食堂
Second time I've ever heard shokudo used in Duolingo since its introduction. Shokudo what?
食堂は何階ですか？
Wa nankai desu ka?
何階ですか？
Okay.
何階
Wow, nankai. That E is very audible. What floor is the cafeteria on? Okay. Shokudo wa 2階
2回で
ですす
か
か？
チャーハンはどうですか？
Chahan. Oh yeah, chahan.
チャーハン
Chahan
は
wa
どうですか？
desu ka?
チャーハンはどうですか？
Yeah, how about the fried rice? How about it?
2回
2階
1回
Oh, 1階 sorry.
2回
2階
2回
お手洗いも2階ですか？
お手洗いも
お手洗いも2階ですか？
もう2階ですか？
お手洗いも
も
2
2
階
階
で
ですす
か？
か？お手洗いも2階ですか？
昼休みは12時からですね。昼ご飯はどこで食べましょうか？会社の食堂で食べましょうか？
Where to eat lunch? They're discussing ooh, this is pretty good. I like this. Who to eat dinner with, what to have for breakfast, and where to eat lunch. That's a good mix up for this prompt. At least I think it's where to eat for lunch, but let's take a look. Hiruyasumi. Yeah. Hiruyasumi. I mean, the first thing gives it away too. Lunch break, right? Hiruyasumi wa 12時からですね。昼ご飯はどこで食べましょうか？You love Duolingo, TBH, so addicted, but I'll stop using it for the most part in like a month to put more focus on Anki and such. Sounds solid. And you speak French because of school and speak Spanish because of your mom. Oh, hey, that's awesome. Yeah. Seems like you know what you're doing. Yeah. So you're only gonna use it for Japanese? Interesting. Were there any other things you were interested in other than Japanese? A month, huh? Looks like you're on the fast track here. Let's see. Where were we? Kaisha. Kaisha no shikoto, shokudo de tabemashou ka? Okay, yeah. We should eat. Should we eat at the company's cafeteria? Okay.
今日
Kyo wa, oh, here it is. Actually, can we get away without it? No. Kyo wa furaido potato. Furaido potato o tabemashou. Or no, just tabemasu. How that is phrased. Kyo wa fried potato o tabemasu.
はフライドポテト
fried potato
を食べます。
ます。
チャーハン定食を一つと水をください。
Okay. Just ordering food, I suppose. Yeah. Chahan. Oh, Taishoku. Teishoku. Teishoku is brought back. Nice. Chahan Teishoku. O Hitotsu. Hitotsu. Oh. Wait. Hitotsu do mizu o kudasai. Ooh. Wait. Hold up. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh. That is definitely different. You're interested in Hebrew and Latin. Latin because it's the goat, and Hebrew for reading Bible manuscripts. Okay, alright. However, both aren't very practical, so if I had to pick after Japanese, you pick German. I see. Do you have interest in being using your language interest in your future career or something, Ashton, or is this more of a hobby? You don't know? Fair enough. You don't know yet? Oh wait, so this is interesting. I didn't realize you could do this. So there's a double order here. And then you use do. So this is the first time to is being used in this manner. So that's cool. So now I know you can do it that way. So this person ordered the fried rice meal set, one of the fried rice meal set, and water. So to mizuo kudasai. Interesting. I didn't see it used this way yet.
フライドポテトが欲しいです。
Fried potato ga hoshii desu. Okay. I want French fries. I want fries French. Gosh. For now, a hobby. Like I said yesterday, you love Japan from your school trip. Yes, you most certainly said that. So I want to do an exchange there and live there for like 3 months to a year. How early is your exchange? When do you get an opportunity for your exchange? I certainly have not had that opportunity when I was younger. 3 months. Oh, but I did do an exchange when I was in college. I took a 3-month exchange per se to New Zealand when I was around between the ages of 20 and 21. It was interesting. It was interesting. You know, much like being in a place for a prolonged time, there are ups and downs. You don't know? Supposedly you can exchange at any year of uni. Okay. So you just kind of have to switch your degree. I don't know. TBH, haven't looked into it yet. Oh, okay. So you're not in uni yet, Ashton? I do know that the University of Toronto, I don't know if that's relevant to you or not, but I have met a couple people from University of Toronto which did have some sort of foreign exchange conversation with University of Tokyo. No, in September you will be? Oh, exciting times, exciting times. Without saying too much, when I was still at a university, there is a connection between the University of Toronto and University of Tokyo. Not that if it's relevant or not. The university you're going to has 12 partner schools in Japan. Ah, well, there you go. Sounds like you've already got this all planned out. That's super exciting. I'm excited for you as well. 今日のチャーハン。今日のチャーハンはとても美味しいですね。Fair enough. Works. 今日の昼休みは12時半からです。Okay. Yeah, sure.
から
That works. 2回。
2回。
何回。1回。7月。
7月。
7月。Yeah, 7月。Fair enough. 7月。It's so cool because I'll get to be right in a class with other foreigners, and we'll be in a Japanese class learning the language at an elementary level together. It'll be that's cool. That's very cool. Hey, you got some time to get a head start, you know. Be goated in elementary school. I look forward to hearing your experience. Hearing about your experience, perhaps. Or if I don't, I'm just gonna assume you're having the time of your life. 昼休みは11時からです。
はから
昼休みは11時からです。
フライドポテトは200円です。
Okay. French fries are 200 yen. That's some cheap French fries. I can use some French fries right now. I got egg rolls. So that's sufficient. Shokudo wa 2回です。
食堂
食堂は2階です。 お手洗いも、お手洗いも2回ですか ?2 回ですか？
お手洗いも2回ですか？
Alright.
田中さんのパソコンです。
パソコンです。It's Mr. Tanaka's computer. Oh. Sure. It's Mr. Tanaka's computer. Sure, we have to add the Take care. Take care, Ashton. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck the rest of the day. I'm looking forward to your word of the day from your lesson. Or whatever lesson that is. Good luck, good luck. Pasokonwa 少し古いですね。
パソコンは少し古いですね。
ミーティングは何時までですか？
Okay. We have Made. Until what time is the meeting? Fair enough.
パソコンは少し古いですね。パソコンは
it's the same. 少し古いですね。
ですね。パソコンは少し古いですね。
少し古いですね。
すみません、具合が悪いです。午後3時に病院に行きます。プレゼンは何時までですか？
Ooh, they threw in the 具合が悪いです。具合が悪いです all of a sudden. Nice. Yeah, he's not feeling well. That's what stuck out. And he's asking about there's an afternoon he's leaving in the afternoon. And he's wondering when the presentation is. Or how long is the presentation? Until when? Just... すみません。具合が悪いです。午後3時に Oh, I need to be 午後3時にOh,病院 Yeah, 病院病院に行きます Oh, have to head to the hospital at 3. So he's gonna go to the hospital at 3, get a checkup, and then presentation. When is the presentation? Or until when is the presentation? Until what time is the presentation? プレゼンは何時までですか？ Guys having a bad time.
午後のプレゼンに行きますか？午後のプレゼンに行きますか？のプレゼンに行きますか？
午後のプレゼンに行きますか？ Oh. Are you going to the evening presentation? It's taking a while for me to translate yes or no questions. I'm not very it's not very habit forming for me to ask yes or no questions as opposed to asking open-ended questions. So it took me a while to say, how do you ask a yes or no question in this format? It's are you going? So you're making a presumption.
午後はクライアントとミーティングがあります。中山さんも来ますか?
I mean, I guess. Gogo, I mean, you can kind of make an argument for a student. Probably not. Gogo, oh my gosh, when they're both together,クライアントとミーティングがあります。午後はクライアントとミーティングがあります。中山さんも来ますか? I mean, yeah, talking to a work. I mean, you can technically be talking to all of these, but I guess saying the client thing is the contextual coworker thing. All right. Yamada-san no pasakon wa koko desu. Sure.
山田さんのパソコンはここです。
午後の something は短いですか? Location? Or, yeah, it's kind of a location. Yeah, you can probably swap out that particle too. I'll stick with meeting goo. Afternoon meeting. Cho. Oh, Choco Minto. Man. Choco Minto. And Malaysia. Ugh. It's so hard to read. Why? Okay. クライアントのプレゼンは4時までです。Okay. クライアントのプレゼンは4時までです。So rough.
よまで
クライアントプレゼントは4時までです。Maybe in another week or so. Present. Oh, I kind of want to add a oh now. プレゼントは プレゼンは何時までですか？ Yeah, yeah, 何時までですか？ So, fine. 田中さんのプレゼンは6時までです。
6まで
3時に、oh, hey, there's one. 3時に、クライアントと会います。Sure. Fair enough. かかります。That's a throwback. And 浴びます。
話
クライアント
プリンター
ジム黄色い
午後のミーティングは5時までです。
ここのミーティングは5時までです。Okay, sure. The meeting is the afternoon meeting is until 5 o'clock. Yeah. Why? クライアントとミーティングはあります。or ミーティングがあります。Probably. Yeah, ミーティングがあります。Sure.
この
Oh, wait, I don't need この。It's fine.
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
Yeah. 新しいパソコン。
新しいパソコン。
Oh, what was his name? Junior. Junior's so excited. We should sing anime music. アニソンを歌いましょう。It's probably not 歌いましょう, is it? It is 歌いましょう. Okay, I didn't mess up. Fair enough. There was some part of me wanted to say 歌いましょう, but I think that's the thing that I was doing yesterday by habit. Saying 歌いましょう. So 歌いましょう. So,
アニソン
を歌いましょう。
この後レストランに行きましょう。このレストランに行きましょう。この後レストランに行きましょう。あと。
Oh, the この後。Right.
この後レストランに行きましょ
う。Okay. You go to the bar. バーをバーを行きましょう。
バー
に
行きましょう。
バーにIt kind of sounds like Barney. Like if a British person said Barney, it would be Bonnie. I don't know if they pronounce the R. I'm pretty sure they don't. Bonnie. Instead of Barney. Bonnie 行きましょう。だななだななだななななななだな Anyways, Popusu. Popusu.
ポップス
Popusu. Popusu. What the heck is this? Untenshu. Oh, untenshu.
運転手
Untenshu.
セル
Seru.
バ
Ba. Bando.
バンド
Okay.
このバーは面白いですね。チョコミント味のビールがあります。
Interesting. This bar has an interesting menu. That's fair enough. They were talking about menu items. Kono bar wa omoshiroi desu ne. Choco minto. Aji no. Wait. Aji, oh yeah, aji. Right. Choco minto aji no biru. Really? Biru ga arimasu. Wow. That was very unnatural because I wouldn't have thought of a chocolate mint flavored beer. It's just contextually I had problems like they can't be talking about biru. So I was immediately like subconsciously tried to look for a different item. Like I was looking for like ice cream or something else. Like maybe even kohi or something, but they really did say biru. chocolate chip mint flavored beer? Interesting. And then they're using it without the no, so it's chocolate chip mint chocolate chip flavored is probably where I would go. It's going pretty well. Afa. Pretty well. We're reviewing Unit 12. Yeah, it's been quite a long time. Yes, 2 months. Months has been quite a long time. Indeed. So. Are you preparing for an exam or something like that? Yeah. I don't know how to say. 日本語は楽しいです。That's all. That's the limit of how to express something. I'm doing it for fun or entertainment. Oh, cool. I'm the first month, so no idea. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Okay. How's it going at your end, Afa? How are you doing? Can you name some like stuff that you like using quite a lot? I would love to hear what your things that come out. Omoshiroi is definitely a lot of my go-tos nowadays. Yoku karaoke ni ikimasu ka? Yeah, sure, that works. Skurimasu. Let's. I often make. I often make ad. All right, sure. What's this one? Undo shimasu. Let's I often exercise at the karaoke. You guys had the stream freeze for you. Oh, how are you doing? Like, what are your phrases that you go to? Like, since you mentioned, I'm guessing when you say the first month, you're talking about Japanese learning, or maybe. So I was inferring or presuming that, and I was asking, what type of phrases that you enjoy or like, or go to, things that stick with you. Me particularly, definitely omoshiroi, for sure. It's not even, it's a word, but it's so much more, so versatile. Saigo. Oh, Saigo. This, I missed this term in the Total Recall. Saigo, last. Right? Saigo made. No. Saigo no, yeah. Saigo no present wa ichichi made desu. Yeah, I think Saigo is the last presentation. The last presentation is until 1 o'clock. And the hiragana? Wait. I think I missed. I don't think I got like the. You might have entered 2 messages, and I think the first one got lost. Something and the hiragana, I see.
最後のミーティングは何時までですか？最後のミーティングは何時ですかまで？何時？
You know, greetings, relative names, basic verbs. Yeah. Anything you like so far? Like, what do you like saying to yourself? Or like trying out with all the stuff that you've learned so far? Sumimasen. Sumimasen. I don't even know that kanji. Hanasen maska. So is that supposed to be Nihongo or Eigo? Okay. Oh, you're going for Eigo. Okay. Sumimasen. Eigo no Hanamasen ka. Oh, interesting. Excuse me. I don't. Do you not speak English? Wait. Wait. Do you not? Yeah. Do you not speak English? I didn't learn that. Yeah, I didn't learn the kanji for ego yet. Okay. It's supposed to ask, do you speak English? Oh. Interesting. I don't know how that works. Ana sen mas. I honestly don't know, but I know I don't know enough to know if that's how you say it. What the only reason I think of it is, oh, that's probably it. Yeah. Wait, hold up. Hold up. It's that's probably right. I haven't learned that tense yet, Hafa. It's not that I'm saying it's wrong or not. I actually don't know the tense. Things that end in a are using can do. Oh, wait. Things that end in a are using can do. The normal verb is, oh, it is hanasu. So you go with hanasen. I see. Hanasu. Things that end in e. Oh, here it is. The polite potential, hanasemas. Oh, that's sa. Whoops. That's sa. That's not sen. I actually, that has very little to do with me. That's not doing with potential form. I misread the kana. I thought it said sen, but it's sa. Or say. So that had very little to do with potential form. I actually misread the kana. Because hanasemas, right? Yeah, hanasemas. Indeed. The question. Yeah, I misread the. I was doing this.
選択
I thought there was a
選択
there, but there wasn't an there. I was thinking of something else. Oh yes. I'm surprised. I mean, what are you learning at the moment, Hafu? How are you learning, Hafa? Sorry, I said Hafu. Hafa. How are you learning Japanese? I obviously don't know. I didn't use the potential form. That's what Indy is referring to. The potential form. I don't think it's called the ability form. I don't want to. It's the same thing. He said ability form. I say potential form. Same form. Is that first one a little bit? Is that skoshi? Skoshi nihongo o hanasemasu? Is that what you're saying? Indy? Because I think you use skoshi once or twice already. Yeah, mina no nihongo. I'm familiar with that. Okay. How you liking mina no nihongo? Yeah, they probably have different priorities in learning. If you're already learning how to say the conditional form or the potential form. I wonder when Duolingo is gonna cover potential. I did. That doesn't mean I remember it right off the bat. And that also doesn't mean that I would read the kana properly. I just said that is because I misread the word, not. Yeah, I read hanashimasen. I read Hanashimasen, not Hanasemas. I totally added sen because of, I don't know, brain fart. So then I stuck with it. I'm like, wait a minute. You don't? You do you not speak English? And then I was stuck already. And then the moment you said it's the potential form or the ability form, I'm like, oh, that's say, not sen. That's where it all fell apart. 1 month in from Mina. How long does it how long is Mina no Nihongo? How far does Mina no Nihongo go? So far so good. It works pretty well for me, at least until I start to try to do any conversations. I see. Well, the downside about this experience is that yeah, the different medium definitely prioritizes different things. So we're probably at very different places. Potential form. That's pretty I don't mind them introducing potential form soon, Indie. Since it's just the A form, right? It's just the A mix up with imas. I definitely wouldn't mind them introducing potential form at some point. Could normalize me seeing say and not sen. Whenever I see say at the end of a predicate, I start to think of not. And I just implicitly put an in the word and go for it, roll with it. Psycho. It takes a long time. Yeah. Well, I'll have to find another way to use them in sentences, I suppose. Well, consider it now. Now I'm hyper aware of it, you know? So I can probably just easily convert all of them. Right? Indie, at this point, it's probably like how they introduced the polite suggestion. It goes until JPLT N5. I see. Oh, since you asked me about N5, or like if I'm studying for an exam or doing it for fun, right? Or what am I doing it for? Someone brought up the exam. A couple people brought up the exam a couple times, and I did like a mock N5 exam a bit back. Like how long has it been now? Maybe like 20 days. 20 days back, and at least in the mock exam, I scored between 80 and 90%. So I think that's enough to pass N5. It didn't feel great though. And it was most of it was like multiple choice. The listening was fine. And then the fill in the blank, it's more or less kind of like this. I didn't do that on stream because I didn't know if I could use that resource on stream. I could consider doing it next time. Stream. Maybe sometime. I don't really have any aspirations to do any testing though. It was out of curiosity I think most of the time I spent was trying to read the instructions. The N5, reading the instructions was the hardest part in the sample questions. So oftentimes you have to figure out what the question is asking. I think that took the most time. The rest, not so much. The rest, you have enough context clues. There's a lot of context clues in N5. Like in their exams, the way they format their exams have so much context clue. It's so different from like this. This is like vanilla. Like you vanilla your way through Duolingo. When you go to an exam, it's like there's just so much information, even if you don't even understand the instructions. Have I been studying only Duolingo? No, I haven't. Although whenever I feel like I can, someone points out something and I notice something that's missing, I usually do it in my spare time when I'm not streaming. So like I still to this day are reading articles from Tofuku on grammar. And then much like a lot of people recommended, I use either a Japanese verb conjugator out of curiosity whenever I learn a new predicate. And then I use jisho.org, like most people, to identify use cases for things that I'm curious about. And then from time to time I read Sadoku, like grade readers that was suggested by Lotus. And then once a week I watch anime with my friends, so I use that as an opportunity, I suppose. But I have listened to Japanese for like the majority of my life. So generally finding native content, like native media exposure, is part of my lifestyle already. So if a lot of people increase native media consumption, but mine is already part of my lifestyle, so I do that all the time already. My reading comprehension and my speaking and all that stuff and sentence construction, that's pretty much what Duolingo, I'm using it for that, I suppose. But generally speaking, it's a natural process. Frieden is incredibly good. It's incredibly good for that. And it's such a coincidence because my friends and I are watching Frieden right now, and the characters are very, very formal to each other. So this is specifically true for Duolingo people, for sure. I'm not sure about Mina no Nihongo, but Duolingo emphasizes polite form first for like the forever, and it makes you hyper aware and on point with Frieden. So when I mentioned that someone said that you never can understand or read or listen to anime from doing Duolingo, but Frieden happens to be one of the exceptions, because at least two of the characters habitually talk in the polite form, because most of the characters are socially awkward and they're distant. They're incredibly distant and shy. So because they're socially awkward, they use the polite form all the time. So every single word, every single predicate comes out very natural to someone who especially uses Duolingo. Because Duolingo, for like up to this point, after 61 days, I still have not left the polite form. So one character literally talks in polite form, no matter how close she is, because she is socially awkward. She does not want to get close to anything. So all the characters are somewhat like incredibly distant, and even when they're getting close, some of the characters still continue to use the polite form. It's to illustrate like their apprehension in the social context. Yeah, there are usually one singular character that uses polite form because they're socially awkward. Yeah. So that's an exceptional way to help someone focus. So if you're like me, which I know Hafa, you're not using this, and I don't know what the nature of Mina no Nihongo teaches at first, but if you're comfortable with the polite form, like the polite form of everything, watching in anime, identifying the person that is socially awkward, the character that is socially awkward or distant, if you focus a lot on that character, you can actually make out quite a lot of things. Even in like shows that might be a little bit more common, but if you can identify the socially awkward character, their speech meets really well for beginning and intermediate. At least that's my take on it. And in Frien, almost the majority of the characters actually are socially awkward. So that just happens to be very friendly. And the way they describe things are very distant. Like, they make observations and move on. There's no like extra endearment. There's no nuance in like tit for tat in it. It's a show that is talking about subtle togetherness through like emotions and experience versus intellectually explicit conversation. So I think by sheer coincidence, there are quite a lot of anime that focuses on that. So if you enjoy watching anime and you're already pretty used to like polite form stuff or descriptor, like kind of socially awkward things in the beginning, we don't like, at least how I feel is I don't have any like intimate conversational skills. However, if you're more like watching an anime that involves strangers meeting strangers all the time, that's usually the anime I would probably recommend. I think I can understand 50% of Frien right now. Granted, I have to make a disclaimer that I've been talking to people like Indie and Lotus and stuff while using Duolingo, and my streams average 6 to 8 hours a day. So we're talking about over 300 hours for me. That's where I am when I'm watching anime at the moment. But it's pretty cool. It's very rewarding to be able to make out like whole sentences and whatnot. Indie might have examples. I do not, unfortunately. The only anime that I've watched since I started learning was this current one, Frien. So Indie might though. Indie is he's like many years ahead of me. So there's a great, and he watches anime way more than I do. I in my opinion, I think he still dedicates himself to consuming that. If I can think of a anime, oh, someone else mentioned this. Someone mentioned that my neighbor Totoro. So like Miyazaki films, some of Miyazaki films are incredibly friendly, especially My Neighbor Totoro. This is from someone else. Someone else also mentioned this when they were learning Japanese. They've watched My Neighbor Totoro a couple of times. I have yet to revisit My Neighbor Totoro. So apparently it's very beginner friendly as well. I might even say understanding that My Neighbor Totoro might be beginner friendly. There might be other ones where if it features like rustic life, like slice of life stuff, you might be able to get a lot of vocabulary that way as well. But one of Miyazaki's earliest films, someone mentioned that Totoro is good. I haven't looked around myself. I do this stuff. I don't know if you want this stuff, but let me grab something here. So another person, Lotus, who is also very, very well versed in English. I mean, not English. Oh my gosh. In Japanese, they suggested this, and I like it quite a lot. So every like evening, I would pick up a book. So these are called grade readers, and they're sorted by grade level. So I just started at N0, and I just read whichever book. They encourage you to read the book. Don't try to pick up a dictionary. If you don't know what's going on in the book, go pick another one. And it's free. It has audio with it, so you can read along if you want, or you can listen to the audio while reading the kana, however you want. The recordings are obviously, we're not talking about like AAA production kind of thing. It's free. It's a free resource. and they're called grade readers. So when I was describing what I enjoy doing in Japanese, Lotus recommended this, and I kind of really enjoy it. There's like very simple kids books. Yeah. So like there was a book about a dog, and it just kept saying Chihuahua, or you know, Shiba Inu, and does this and etc. Or we're a happy family and stuff. It gets lots of the basic vocabulary, and it put it into a context of like a 8 to 12 page book, and it's kind of neat. And some of them show images and stuff that will help you connect the vocab if you don't know what the vocabulary is. But the idea is it's going to be in the front instructions. Try to read it to the best of your ability. Listen to it if you want, to prevent, you know, resist the urge to look up a dictionary. And at some point when you're learning other things, you'll go back to these books and you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense now. Like several books, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, and I was missing one key phrase. And then after like 2 or 3 days, I got that one key phrase, and I remembered that I didn't understand that one key phrase. So I went back and everything makes sense. That kind of thing. Yeah. And they're really short. So you can sit there for like 5 minutes and just look at a book. It's like, okay, I kind of understand. At least that's how I feel about it. Glad to hear reading a book helps you. I think many times I don't you are the first one that mentioned Mina no Nihongo, I think. I've heard it I've heard it from me watching like various media influencers. Oh, actually, it might have been recommended by Tofuku too. The website, Tofuku. Okay. 最後のミーティングは7時までです。7時までです。
アニソンを歌いましょう。
アニソンを oh, which for the record, all the stuff that we talked about might help conversation comprehension. However, I have not moved to sentence construction yet. So where I am, I know of a lot of techniques and stuff that I'm going to use, but I have not entered the stage where I'm comfortable in focusing solely on sentence construction. So like creative sentence construction. I do it improvised here and there, but generally very not great as well at sentence creation. Not construction itself like this, where you're translating or putting together sentences, but more creating your own sentences. That's something I kind of do for fun here and there when I'm thinking about something creative. No idea where I'm gonna go with that yet. アニソンを歌いましょう。アニソンを歌いましょう。We should sing anime music. Yeah, fair.
怖い。イベント
カラオケジム
バー。
この後友達とバーに行きます。この後友達と
They're doing something.
この後友達とバーに行きます。
バーに行きます。Okay. Okay. After this, we go to the bar with friends. Or I go to the bar with friends, what have you.
何を歌いましょうか。
何を歌いましょうか? What should we sing? What was the expression? 最後最後プレゼンは何時までですか?
最後の
プレゼンは何時までですか? 最後のプレゼンは何時までですか? If you ever want to practice your Japanese, I actually think whenever Indy and Lotus is here, they would totally practice Japanese. Well, actually, mainly Indy here. Indy would totally practice Japanese in chat. I actually think it's a more of a win-win situation. And I like reading it. Or at least trying to read them. It's like actual real life chat reading.
カラオケで K-POP を歌いましょう。
カラオケで K-POP を歌いましょう。So feel free to experiment with your Japanese. Language learners gotta stick together. And encourage each other. カラオケで K-POP を歌いましょう。We should sing K-pop. Okay, that fair enough. We should sing K-pop at karaoke, sure. Karaoke wa tanoshii desu ne. Oh, this is what I was saying. I don't know. Sorry. I thought maybe like I'm usually the person that's the worst at Japanese in these conversations, but I said tanoshi earlier. So I said Nihongo wa tanoshi desu ne, or just desu, as in I was saying it's fun. Tanoshi. I don't know what the kanji is, but this would be the phrasing. I just replaced karaoke with Nihongo. Okay.
カラオケはですね。
この
後何をしましょうか?
何をしましょうか?
この後何をしましょうか? Heckin' Junior. Okay.
受付で同僚と会います。
受付て同僚と会います。受付て同僚と会います。No foreigner I would consider fluent in Japanese, but that person? Oh, okay. Alright. I've heard that person's name once. Yes. That's a very bold statement. Only foreigner to pass Kankin level. Okay. That's a very bold statement. Fair enough. Very bold statement. Fair enough. Uketsukete. 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 Dorio. Dorio to aimasu. I'm going to meet up with a coworker, sure, at the karaoke. Oh no, at the karaoke, at the front desk. Go ahead, but the last prompt in my head. Kono kaisha no tori training wa something this. Aoi. Semi. That's kind of funny. Taihen. Yeah, Taihen works. Taihen desu. Kono blue. Kono kaisha no trainingu wa taihen desu.
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
クライアントとミーティングがあります。What happens if you forget to Duolingo? I come back the next day to Duolingo. I don't know. Unless I die, I think you continue to live on and come back the next day. That's probably all I can say about that. Or I decide to stop. Unless I decide to stop, that's fine too. Life's a journey. Okay, we have a meeting with a client. Am I dedicated? Am I this dedicated to everything? I'm dedicated to any choice I make. I get to choose things that are pushed upon me. I get to choose if I'm dedicated to those things. Most of the things I choose, I'm always dedicated to. That's the default. So if I choose to do something, I'm dedicated to it. Not, I don't take like half measures for everything I voluntarily choose to do. Things that are forced upon me, sometimes I can choose to leave it or like not address it, for example. Like for example, I have the choice of addressing toxicity. I could choose to ignore it sometimes if I'm not in the health that I need to try. It might seem like I'm always dedicated to everything is because when I stream, I'm choosing to stream. So I'm dedicated to every time I choose to stream. I don't stream because I have to. So many things that you have to, it can be yes or no. Like for example, my physical health is average at best. It's not phenomenal, but average at best. I choose to maintain my physical health. So it's only maintenance. It's not dedicated to pulling out performance or something. I don't choose to be fluent in Japanese. People force fluency on me. So when I am learning Japanese, I'm not learning to be fluent. It's forced upon me by people's assumption. So I get to choose if I want to become fluent or not, because I'm not focused on Japanese fluency. So that's kind of the idea. So things I don't control, opinions and questions I can't control, I'm not dedicated to those. I can choose to be dedicated to them. Anything I choose personally will always be dedicated. So if I'm on stream, I'm dedicated to receiving all of these things. So if someone makes like a joke and I spend like 40 hours talking about the joke and the person say, why are you so serious? It's because I'm on stream. I take streaming very seriously if I'm on. You can be serious and still have fun. You can be serious and still share laughs, of course. It feels like you stream because you have to. You never skip a day in streaming. Well, the thing is, streaming is part of my lifestyle. So, you don't do things, you don't think of it as a choice you have to. You do it because it's part of your identity. So for me, I like to do whatever I want on stream because I'm usually happy enough to stream. If you see me skip a day, you can very confidently assume that something else more important came up. So maybe like I'm ill, I'm sick, then you probably won't see me stream. And I'll probably inform all the people that care to be informed about it. I don't skip a day because I'm healthy every day. Some people might be thinking you stream every day because you have to, because that's the level of dedication they have to most things. If you think it's weird for someone to do it every day, then it's largely because they're not used to doing something every day. I usually do things habitually every day. I can, you know, the next day we could drop Duolingo and start something else, basically. So it's not, it's a choice, not a have to. I do like enjoying doing things I have to. So if someone very important to me wants me to learn something, I will likely dedicate my time to that. But generally speaking, I've been privileged enough to be surrounded with people who understand that you don't have to force anyone to do anything. You share it, and they will naturally be interested. So how do I get people to be interested in using Duolingo for Japanese, even for a little while? Show them that I enjoy using Duolingo for Japanese, at least for a little while. That's the difference, in my opinion, between someone who tells someone what to do versus showing them what you could do. And that's usually how I go about streaming. I try to show people how much I enjoy something and talk about what makes me enjoy, you know, motivates me and all those thoughts. And maybe that helps inspire someone else. I'm not your YouTube influencer. I'm not here to influence you directly. As in, I don't have any ulterior motives. I'm not being paid by Duolingo, for example. I don't have a profession right now. I'm not hired to do anything. So if anyone gives you any other impression that I'm hired to do something or I'm forced to do something, that is erroneous and a misinterpretation of what I'm doing. I am not forced to do anything ever for now. When someone asks me for help, I will most definitely help you, but that is a force. Yeah. Yes, I'm very privileged. I'm privileged based on what I did. And if people want to know how I become that, spend some time observing what I say and what I do. And maybe you'll find the answer yourself, because I don't have an answer for that. What I can tell you is what I've done in my life and how that ended up making me a privileged person. Because being privileged is earned, in my opinion. So if you're asking what my life is like, I earned the privilege. I don't deserve the privilege. There's a difference between feeling entitled to being privileged versus earned privilege. And every day I continue to tell people that please keep in mind that a lot of the things I do comes with privilege that I've earned and also been gifted by my parents. My parents offered me many, many things that enabled the privilege to happen. So, meanwhile, other people, you know, take a dump on other people's hard work because their way is better way. I can't resonate with that. It's actually one of my few pet peeves. When someone takes a dump on someone else's hard work and other people's hard work, or a whole organization of people's hard work. Trivializing people's hard work is terrible. It's not luck. Yes. That's not true. It does deal with elements of luck. But saying it's luck, that is being incredibly oversimplifying things. That's incredibly myopic, in my opinion. If you go around peddling it's luck and you say you have no control over getting lucky or increasing your odds of being successful, that would paint a very, very terrible, in my opinion, a very dangerous perspective for youngsters, because nihilism is very real. So if you say everything is down to luck, well then what's the point of trying? I do not want to encourage people to not try. Your lives are amazing. It can be amazing. You can make it amazing, even if it does deal with elements of luck. So I wouldn't say that very likely. I would discourage people very respectfully as I can, to discourage people from suggesting that life is luck. Or a good life is luck. My parents worked really hard, not just to be lucky.
受付
受付は何回ですか？
お手洗いも2回ですか？
お手洗いも2回ですか？ Is the restroom on the second floor, also on the second floor. Uh
入り口
は
何回
ですか？入り口 entrance 入り口
田中健です。よろしくお願いします。
I'm born to royal family. It's GG. You keep memeing. Well, I suppose I could keep entertaining. My family is rags to riches. So I'll meme back. Fake news. That's fake news. Let's see. Tanaka. Wait. Yes. Tanaka-san desu. よろしく よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。I'm Ken Tanaka. Yeah. I'm looking forward to working with you. Gozen no client wa 9時からです。What floor is the next meeting on?次のミーティングは何回ですか？
次の
Oops.
のは
次は wait actually
はの
次の
ミーティングは何回
で
ですす
か？
バ
バーに行きましょうか？
ーに行きましょうか。
Wait, which bar? Oh,
どの
どのバーに、どのバーに行きましょうか？バーに行きましょ
バーに行きましょう。
う。What was this? 近い Yes. バーは近いですか？
バーは近いですか？
Alright. Kanji time. Let's go up here. Go like here and up. 金曜日。
金曜日
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 This is 3つ2つ
3つ
え
3つ
2つ2つ1つ3つ6000
6000
Sure
7 3つ3つ
え
2つ3つ
2つ3つ1000 9 4000
2つ2つ
え
4
4
1
1
つ
つ2つ700 3つ
3つ2つ5 7700買います。
Wait. お母さん。
お母さん。お父さん。行きます。飲みます。会います。お母さん。会います。会います。来ます。来ます。います。会います。行きます。行きます。お母さん。食べます。会います。お父さん。お母さん。お母さん。お母さん。来ます。来ます。来ます。会います。行きます。お父さん。います。読みます。お父さん。お父さん。会います。見ます。おか。
何時？
何時？何時？何時？何時？何？何時？7、3時、7時、何？東京30分何時50何時何時何5時日何時2時何山口時間何日曜日何
let's move up.
買い
物。
買い物。
買い物。
買い物。買い物。
買い物。
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 No, I'm gonna do it twice.
買い物。
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 買い物。買い物。
Oops. Lifted my pen there.
買い物。
Alright, we hit that twice. So let's see if we can get Gatsu. Okay. No. 7月。
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 Okay. Maybe one more time? No.
9
9月。Okay. 9000。
9000
9
9
月。
月9
900。
9分9月
9月。
9。
Okay.
9月。
Okay. Fair enough.
9
9。9
9
時。
時
9
9
月。
月
9
9
分
分。
9000. Okay. Alright, we hit that. Let's try this. 休みます。
や
Okay.
休みます。
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 休みます
休みます。
Okay. You get 高いの何ですか？何ですか？ Oh. You get 何？
何ですか？
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 え？高いの
や
休みます。
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 休みます
休みます。
No. You.
休み
Okay. Sure.
9 5
5.
読みます9 10
10.
休みます9 9休みます9 100
100.
休みます9 読みます5 休みます休みま休みます行きます
1000 5
9 9 9 5 6休みます読みます
Alright, let's hop up here. 時間
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 時間。
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 時間
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 Okay. Still got time.
いき
行きます。
行きます。
行きます
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 行きます。
行きます
行きます。
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 Hun? No, Hun. 12。10分。
12 10分10 12 12 10分10 30分7分50分10分12 10分10分10 10分12 6 7 12 12 10分12 20分7分30分10分10分200読みます12じ10
Nope, still got time.
新聞
Okay.
時間
Oh. Ah. Okay.
時間新聞
新聞
時間自分
Whoops. That was bound to happen.
10分
時間
新聞田中5000
時間
新聞新聞8時2000時間新聞日本
新聞
2000 10分新聞時間200
時間
時間
Oh. I keep hitting the other one.
じ文文間
時間
Do I have more time? I don't know if I have more time there. Let's see.
10分
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 Alright.
Get more with Super Duolingo. Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
I don't watch that person. I see. How you never bored and scrolling TikTok? I don't understand. I don't scroll TikTok, but yeah, I guess you're referring to that person. You need Subway Surfer? I'm sure you do. Sounds like something very memey. Sure. Sure. No. Sure. It sounds like you should go spam that person that you like so much. I've already... Lotus, listen. There are a lot of monos, okay? I'm gonna mono you to smithereens, okay? Mono was, especially for Kai Mono, was 12 days ago. You heckin' mono head. Now I can talk about Kabe Mono. Yeah. I bet you want to talk about lots of monos. I like how you threw kimono kimono in there. I bet you want to mono something. I'll show you some mono. I'll mono some mono. Okay. I can mono. I go back up. So as the lessons go, I go back up. I keep scrolling up. I'm gonna get mono from this conversation. Yeah, I always go back up. I like the double XP thing to scroll back up through the kanji. So whenever I do this enough, this unit kind of sucked, unfortunately, for kanji. It's only one thing. Like, there's one thing. And last unit, there wasn't any kanji. There's no unit 12 kanji. So all of this is still review. But this is how I keep up with my kanji. Just to see. And I'm basically farming for the writing part. So the more like use new words, there are those like matching prompts. So if I manage to like land on these things early, then I move back. So my goal, like my little mini game that I play with myself, as a gotcha thing, is if it lands on the writing thing, I move back up. If it lands twice, that's kind of bonus. But I try a couple times. If I land like 3 of the 4, that's fine. If I land 1 of the 2 after like 4 or 5 tries, that's fine. So the goal is to land on all the writing exercises as I'm going up through the day. And that's kind of my mini game that I play with the gotcha system. Because now because of the used and new word bank, makes it harder. I like it. I think that would be great. It would be wonderful. So I'm creating games for myself, basically. This is my motivation. That's how I get XP, by the way. So when people see like I spike in XP and stuff, that's how I review kanji. I make it a game. And this is fast. This is like what Anki would be to me. So this is the closest experience with Anki. You're basically matching, getting the meaning back and forth, cycling through all the things, hearing, then reversing, then kana, then kanji matching as fast as possible. And I agree. Like, again, it's pretty clear that I move a lot faster when just matching things, right? Like just doing things very, very quickly. But this is because this is practice. Kanji is practice. It's always been practice. And practice, you get really, really fast at it. So you earn experience in this game, so I might as well make a mini game out of it. So that's kind of how I did it. I started doing this since the kanji started. So back in section 1, unit 5 is when I started doing this. So I've been doing that since day 21. I think since day 21 I have been doing this the whole time for the kanji. And that's why at review day 50 I remembered the kanji in the order they appeared. So I remembered all the kanji as they appear in each unit. And that's how I remember the kanji now. And I hope they continue to add everything that they have in here. It's not comprehensive yet. All the kanji is not comprehensive. I still don't think it is. They're missing a few here and there, but they went back and added this. This was the most recent update. I kind of like it. You know, use what is given to you, more or less. I forgot to describe what I was doing with the kanji in the 50-day review or the 53-day review. But yeah, now I go back. So I finish. That's why every day I finish with one exercise left. So I do 12 exercises carried over from the one. And then so the first thing I do is I complete the review of what I recently learned. So I total recall what I learned yesterday, go into the final lesson of the review of what I went over. So it gets all the stuff. And immediately it goes to a kanji practice exercise in the back. And then I continue that cycle over and over again. So that's the routine I have now. And every 3, and then first day is first half. Second day, second half of the new vocabulary. Third is all review. So all review and 3 kanji lessons. And then occasionally there's like a personalized practice stuck in here somewhere, plus or minus. So it's the thing that Duo is not doing, but I kind of think I would prefer these things. Like that's how my routine works. So maybe they'll do something else different. Well, once they change it up, then I'll change it up too. Before, it used to be much faster because it didn't have these exercises in there. So now I don't have to worry about getting kanji mixed up anymore because these exercises are in there. Where if there's another kanji that appears in a different word, they'll do that. And they actually are very tricky about it. Like the one with like shinbun and jikan. Like it's really hard to see because the font is so tiny. So occasionally I would tap on. So they do compensate for that. So I'm not working on that anymore. I don't worry about getting tricked or mistakening things because that's actually what Duolingo does intentionally. Duolingo intentionally, when the new words are used, they group them all together. So if for like a hon, right? Like if hon shows up again or something that looks like hon, they even group together kanji that look like each other but have very different meaning. So you are hyper focused on these things even if you don't want to. Like mizu, the kanji for mizu is also related to yasumi, right? Yasumi, and they even throw in anything that kind of looks like a cross or something. So they do stretch for it. They stretch for all the overlapping stuff. So you don't have to focus on that anymore. You don't have to spend time like, oh, but what if I mix up this kanji and this kanji because they kind of look like each other? Like that's where Duolingo comes in. It's one of the things that they actually do really well. They try to fool you. And it might not, it might hurt some people who are like, oh yeah, but you never see them in the same sentence and stuff. Like that's fair. The thing is, that's their design language. They're there to make you check if you're paying attention. So I like it. Like, I'm using what is to my advantage and what is not to my, right? Anyways, so I'm probably going to do one more kanji exercise before the day's over, right? Once we get through these 6. Now we're at communicate at work, which is review. Day 3, I would say the repeat day is probably the most chill because between total recalling and the way Duolingo repetitiously do things, it takes less than 3 days to get all 40 plus items. Right now, every section is about 40 to 45 plus items, and I usually remember 40 to 41 of them over time. Now the question is, on review day in 25 days, how much do I remember as I'm going through the units? Because the units are trying their best to incorporate previous unit stuff, but you can only do so much to previous unit. Up to 50 days, I still was pretty close. I was like 600 in 8 hours, 600 words. But I think I'm gonna think about a new way to do that, because it's unrealistic to keep adding and trying to rehearse all the words, recall all the words in one session. So I'm trying to think, I'm brainstorming about how I'm going to change it up for day 75 at some point. Because 40 each day, every 3 days, in 25 days, that's an addition of 320 elements every single 25 days. So eventually it's going to be unwieldy, much like English. I don't think anyone wants to sit there and review and try to figure out all the English words they know if they're a native speaker, right? So it's getting there. We're getting close to the 1,000 mark. So I'm gonna have to come up with some creative ways. Also, this animation is very... I actually think Oscar is one of my favorite characters because he's kind of grumpy. There isn't a Falstaff, lots of Falstaff thing, but Oscar is pretty cool. I identify as Oscar a lot of times. Inside, secretly, I like to identify as Oscar. Inner spirit. Although I don't have a mustache. Like a luscious mustache like that. Okay. Speaking of Oscar, I like the voice actor they have for Oscar. It has a very Spanish... Oscar is the Spanish guy. So, very Spanish mid-tone. It's kind of close to the synthetic voice. But the voice cast for the characters in Duolingo are not the same as the synthetic voice they use for Duolingo.
今日の
Although his tone is really close to the Spanish-esque accented voice actor that they have. The Seiyu. 今日の what? 今日のミーティング。
ミーティング。
受付は1階ですか？
受付
は
what floor? 1
1
階?
階
Maybe
で
ですす
か？
か?
受付は1階ですか？
Sure. Speaking of what floor, right? 受付は受付は何階ですか？
受付は何階でか？何階
何階
何階
ミーティングは1階です。ミーティングは1階です。
I'm gonna say a little bit less. My voice is a little bit parched today. It's about to rain. I felt like death yesterday. Last evening, I legitimately thought I was gonna stop breathing. It's about to rain. Allergies is pretty bad. I'm always constantly suppressing a cough. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to rain tomorrow. It was super warm today. For spring. For the average spring where I am. Oh no, I still got one more day. So 2 days of rain incoming. Are you just right off the outskirts right now?
1階1階
Gotta get some decongestant in and some antihistamines in advance. Okay.
1階
Dude, the head though. This person's head though. このエレベーター
エレベーター
I just don't get it. Every time I don't get. I just gotta sit there and say elevator. このエレベーターに乗ります。少しそして1階に行きます。そして Nankai.
何回
Yeah, see, like this. They do this a lot. I think if there's anything that's a highlight of Duolingo is they try to trick you most of the time. And if you're not tricked by these things, it's actually very helpful if you're observant. When they introduce Nankai, it's placed right next to Nanji. And the structure of Nanji is 3 parts. The density is very similar too. So if you like fuzzy or stuff, you can still see
何時何回
three like localized strokes, so it can be very confusing. So they are placed next to each other. And then any other nuns that, you know, anything else that can incorporate nani is often the fillers or a combination of the other kanji. So Duo, you can always rely on Duo to pick identical kanji flanked so that you can get them confused. And if you don't get confused by that, then I feel like that's extra. You're working extra hard to be careful. Although they do it so often, even this like stuff,
何回
you rarely get them mixed up because you've done it so many times. Like so quickly too.
受付
受付は何回ですか？
何回
何回 That's kind of exaggerated, I feel.
何回
何回1回
1回
Kuji. Yeah, even Kuji. Mizu.
水私
Sometimes they are a little bit loose and give you random stuff to fill in. Sometimes.
ミーティング
ミーティングは何回ですか？
何回
何回ですか？日
日曜
曜日。
1回
3000。3000。Yeah. 4時。
何回中山花です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
次のミーティングは何回ですか？
次のミーティングミーティングは何回ですか？ 4 is the next meeting onよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。Wait.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。I want to bow, but I'm gonna like headbutt my own mic.
よろしくお願いします。
Okay. I've done it before. I've headbutted my own mic before. By saying thank you or something.
プリンターはどこですか？
プリンタ
プリンター
は What did you say?
プリンターはどこですか？
どこですか？
どこですか？
Sure.
古いプリンタ
Okay. An old printer, sure.
このプリンターは便利ですね。
このプリンターは便利ですね。
は便利ですね。
Oh, I've got the
プリンタ
I totally forgot the printer. 午前のトレーニングは9時からです。
ー9時から午前のトレーニング。
Okay.
午前のトレーニング
Okay. もうすぐ3時半です。午後のトレーニングに行きましょう。
行きましょう。
今日はトレーニングがあります。
Okay. いろいろな CD を買いましょう。 トレーニングは何時からですか？トレーニングは何時からですか？すみません。すみません。ビープビープはどこですか？ That doesn't help. Oh, プリンター。
プリンタ
プリンターはどこですか？
明日はトレーニングがあります。
明日はトレーニングが明日はトレーニングがあります。その SF 漫画はいくらですか？トレーニングは何時からですか？
トレーニングは何時からですか？
Is bootstrap to high heaven.
は何時からですか？トレーニングは何時からですか？
トレーニングは何時からですか？
今日はミーティングがあります。
今日はミーティングがあります。ミーティングがあります。Ooh, the goo next to the ga and the wa, that gets a little tiring after a while. ミーティングは何時からですか？ DVD のコーナーはあそこです。Okay. 午前のミーティングは何時からですか？ No. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
午前のミーティングは何時からこれでか？
午前のミーティングは何時からですか？何時 I'm saying Oh no, I'm saying the何時からですか？午前のミーティングは何時からですか？
プリンターは毎日使いますか？
プリンター毎日使いますか？はい。プリンターは毎日使いますか？使いますか？ What is that?
プリンターは毎日使いますか？
使いますか？ Man, that's
プリンターは毎日使いますか？
使いますか？ Do you use the printer every day? Short. Moving on. Okay. 午前の
ミーティング
は長いですね。Thank you, Lotus. 長い。And what's the one? What was the other one? 短い and 長い forever. A long lotus. Dragon long lotus. Do you use a printer every day? Okay, we had this. プリンターは毎日 Wait. Yes. 使います
使いますか。
使いますか ?Okay.
午前のミーティングは9時からです。
午前のミーティングは9時からです。午前のミーティングは9時からです。Okay.
午前のミーティング。
Okay.
フライドポテトが欲しいです。
フライドポテトとフライドポテトが欲しいです。
フライが欲しいです。
フライドポテトが欲しいです。フライドポテトが欲しいです。I don't know about the motto on that one. I'll have to hear other people. I need to remind myself. I need a sample of fried potato. How about fried rice? Chaahan はどうですか？
チャーハンはどうですか？
チャーハンは500円です。
え？
チャーハンは500円です。
チャーハンは500円です。フライドポテトがフライドポテトが欲しいです。
フライドポテトが欲しいです。
2回。Sorry, 2回。
昼休みは12時半からですか？昼休みは食堂昼休みは12時半からですか？ 12 時半からですか？
Didn't realize you can slip that in. Okay. Okay. 昼休みは12時半の12時半からですか？昼休みは12時半からですか？昼休みは12時半からですか？
このチャーハンは美味しいですね。
このチャーハンは美味しいですね。This rice is tasty, isn't it? Wait, it's fried rice. Are you intentionally saying hun? No, I'm not. Occasionally I say hun instead of han. It's because my A is becoming again. So it's becoming hun, not hun. Right? So I'm not saying hun. So hun is minutes. But I occasionally it's becoming like hun as opposed to han. So the Americanism, right? The and I hear it sometimes. So I'm like going back and forth between and ah. Not hun. Hun is minutes, yeah. I hear it from time to time because what you call it, Blue and others pointed it out. So yeah, it's this thing. It's kind of like and I'm trying not to. I hear it every once in a while, so I would say it like 2 or 3 times. Chow, like chow hun, right? Chow hun, chow hun, chow hun. It could sound like hun. Yeah, I agree. Like America, instead of America. So chow hun, chow hun, chow hun, chow hun. Yes, good catch. I am saying that, but not intentionally. Not trying to, anyways. Not intentionally trying to. What was another one? Yeah. Han, also han as in half. Half as well. Sometimes that happens too. Like Niji han. It can end up being Nichi hun. Nichi nun. Nichi hun. Instead of Nichi it's not as bad though. The half. Like Ichiji han. As long as it doesn't start sounding like hon, and then now I have a problem. It's fair. It's fair. Not intentionally though. Not trying to do it intentionally. If I say it twice, then you probably heard it both ways. We should meet on the 2nd floor. Oh, like here's one. Aimasho. Aimasho. Sometimes it can come off as aimasho. Aimasho. So aimasho. You can kinda hear it. If I slow down enough, occasionally it'll be ma instead of ma. Aimasho. Aimasho. So aimasho. Aimasho. Not instead of aimusho, right? Aimusho. So it can't end up being oo or but no. I think that's part of the American accent. I feel when if a Japanese person comes up and say like, well, it kind of sounds American. I definitely think the and the are definitely part of the American Japanese accent. Not so much I think O sometimes happen too. O and ooh. Yeah, O and ooh. Yeah, this one. O and ooh. Occasionally. I hear myself occasionally closing off my O and it becomes more of a ooh. English. Who needs them, right? Who needs the extra vowel sounds? Indie. Who needs the extra vowel sounds? No one needs the extra vowel sounds. Has there been a borrowed word that forced someone to do the sound? How do you represent this in katakana? Indie, have you heard of a katakana word that's adopted that they tried to make this sound? I don't think so, right? There's no like clever, I don't know, the weird like blending diphthong thing for katakana that produces the sound. I don't think so. That's one of the things that makes katakana sound distinctively Japanese. They cancel out the sound. They also cancel out E. There's so many vowel sounds they cancel out and substitute for the vowel sounds that they have. What word would have that sound? Well, the one that I'm saying doesn't help, right? America. That's not canceling. That's legitimately making it. So they technically canceled out here. But I'm yeah, that would be an example of canceling out the sound But there isn't one where they deliberately try to make this sound. I don't think there's a word they try to make this sound. I don't know enough. I really don't know enough. See, this is America. America. But if you just went with America, America, it would be closer to America. you know, America. Obviously, this would have to use the other sound, a, or like a. Sorry, no. No, it's close. Sometimes it's like sorry, it's like America. If you could do America both, but I say instead of We talked about this too. Yeah, I mean English. In English, what word would have to where it isn't just an accent? Oh, where it just isn't an accent? Cut? Maybe cut? I know it's not an A, but it is the I can't think of an A. Wait. This would be an example where that's actually the way the word spells, but it produces this sound. So what would cut be in if there is a cut? That would be an example. So like you have to make the sound, but they probably substitute it for something else, right? They would substitute it with a different vowel. Maybe oo. They'd probably go with oo. Like kutsu or something. You know, like ku. They would probably go with ku here instead of because there's no us. I think it's anywhere where there's a u as opposed to an a, because a would be considered an accent, I suppose. I'm thinking of so many random words, which when I'm thinking of I said cut because cut seems like a common word. Is there another common word? Oh no. About like punch? Punch? Punch. So there's right? There's also ch to some extent, right? And there's definitely p or pe. They could go with pe. Yeah, punch. Okay, punche. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, they would just substitute a for any of the Whenever there's an they would substitute a or So I mess up. That's basically all I can say. Anywhere there's an a, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance. I don't know if I'm going to condition that out of myself. Maybe. Oh, here's one. That uses an O. Honey. Honey. Ni. So here's your hun. Honey. Right? Honey. Not honey. So instead of hon with the honey, or honey, or something like that. Honey. Ni. So hun. I know. It sucks. I don't know if you do it at all. It's hard to tell, but I definitely do it. We talked. Plenty of people have pointed that out a couple times. I can hear it. I definitely hear it. Don't worry. Daijoubu desu. Imagine saying daijoubu desu. Daijoubu desu. Right? That someone said it's cursed when you convert everything to us. So let me do it this way. Ikai de aimashou. So you could go with ikai de aimashou. So ikai de aimashou. That would be all the us. So you put everywhere there's an ikai de aimashou. Instead of ikai de aimashou. So ikai de aimashou. Ikai de aimashou. Yeah, I think so it came down to Americans, right? American English. Depending on where the A is, it can either be or right? And the ones that you are hearing me say are in common words where there are us instead of as. So it goes back and forth. So some syllables that are next to each other ends up being naturally like kai. Kai is very commonly kai, as opposed to kai versus kai. So we have like diphthongs that are good with So ae works really well. But then you have like if a is next to an n, it can end up being un. So all the uns out there, and I am hyper focused on. I'm trying really consciously to stop, to keep my mouth open, like an instead of un. But occasionally it closes up, so then it ends up being un. That's so far all I've noticed, and it happens. It is really fun though. It's actually really fun to see if you can do it intentionally. Gatsu is very open. So if you put like an a next to tsu, that's it. You don't ever get gutsu. Like rarely do you get gutsu. It actually even sounds weird when you're trying to say it. Gutsu instead of gatsu. Yeah, I think Dogen actually had a funny skit about tsu, like something preceding tsu. Or not a skit, actually. It might have been a lesson where American English actually plays to this, but it creates a misconception. It leads to a misconception about tsu, following after tsu. Yeah, that's why I write words in Japanese as like ga. Yeah, to remind me to, yeah. I close off my mouth quite a bit. Yeah, you can hear in the back. You can actually even feel it when you do the g. The g instead of the ga. It's weird. Anyways, it's not your imagination. I'm actually actively trying to address that. I think that might actually... I don't know if that will interfere so much that someone would be like, I have no idea what you're saying. Because I think the silver lining... I know this is a crutch. This is a crutch, but the silver lining is there aren't us in Japanese, thankfully. At least as far as I know, I haven't encountered where someone had an accent where the ended up being a dialect that leads to other words in Japanese. At least I don't know. I'm ignorant to if there's a dialect of Japanese where if you accidentally do it leads to a different word. That might be something interesting too for an expert or someone who knows more about the Japanese language to chime in, because I don't think so as far as I'm aware. So if you say America, like America instead of America, I think you're okay. I'm pretty sure you're okay. Although hun could be confusing. So I think your concern is very valid. If I accidentally say hun, like hun is very close to hun. You know, like if I make it hun is very close to hun. So yeah, that would confuse someone, right? Because it's either, it could end up being like 30 o'clock minutes as opposed to, or like 3 o'clock minutes as opposed to 3:30. Like, what are you saying? Like, you know, sanji, like, right? Oops. Sanji. Oh no. Right, Sanji Han, right? You have Sanji Han, and then you have Sanji Hun, Sanji Han, Sanji Hun, and then it would get confused. This would be confusing. Instead of Sanji Hun. Or like Sun Hun or Sun Hun. Actually, I'm not sure. I've never gotten Sun next to Hun yet, so I'm not sure if it's Sun Hun. I don't think it's Sun Hun. That sounds wrong. So Duolingo hasn't introduced Ichi ni San next to Hun, so I don't actually know what that is, but I can see it being confusing. The half part. Yeah, I understand. I know what Han mean. By the way, you, Lotus, said it, but I already said it myself, that it's half past. It's always part. But 3:30 is half past. It's half past 1 o'clock. It's half past an hour. So you would always say 3:30 as meaning half. Before you had lessons that do... No, I already know. We talked about this a bunch of times. You actually brought it up yourself already about the half part. So did Lotus. And we're all in agreement that it means half. So it's not an FYI or by the way. But it is 30. 30 is half past 1. So the phrase in English is never 3:30, in my opinion. The colloquial is half past 3. This is the old English more now, but what I mean is like old English as in like classic English. So when you say 3:30, it's half past 3. So that's it's no problem. Han is half because it's half past 3. I don't know if you're around people who still says that. I don't know if Japanese people say quarter past 3, quarter after, or quarter before. Do they say that too? Is their expression a quarter and quarter after and quarter before 3? This stuff is confusing. So, but this is the normal stuff. This used to be the standard, in my opinion, saying half past 3. Of course, obviously, we as English users, you have to add a preposition. which makes it confusing. I would love to know when Japanese people have to learn English, and I'm curious if Duolingo teaches this instead, because typically in colloquial speak you don't say 3:30. You don't remember there's a word for it? Yeah, I've always thought of it as 3:30. I rarely tell people. To this day, I still don't say 3:30 very often, like 3:30 in general. I did say 30 because that's how they translate it. They're gonna translate it to 3:30. But yeah, I get your feeling though, Indy. I get your feeling. I don't know if people in Texas still says this stuff. I want to say there is, but I don't remember it. I mean, for 3:15 or 3:45, okay. So they don't, because it's weird to say like what like Sanji. What? You see what I mean? Like Sanji Ichiju, Ichiju Jugo. Like what do you do? It's extra complicated in my opinion. Although I don't know if let me see, 3:15. Let's look at English. Sanji Hanhun? Wait. Because that's still half. Sanji. Oh, wait. Oh, like half the half. So Sanji, wait. Whoa, that's big brain. So Sanji. Oh, hold up. So you're saying Sanji Han Hun? Oh, that's actually pretty clever, if that's what you're telling me. Like, because half of this in minutes is 15. So they like truncate it instead of saying like so like 15 minutes, right? 15 additional minutes past half. They just added hun to make it half of this, which is half of this. Dude, that's big brain. Is that really how you express 3:15? That's pretty big brain, in my opinion. As opposed to saying like, let me actually, I haven't really considered this. So let me write out 3:15. 3:15. See, this is where English kind of falls apart, right? If you say 3:15 instead of saying quarter past 3. Honestly, this is where it's the reverse trend. I don't know that's how you express it, but I'm picking my brain. I think this is awesome. This is a great idea. If this is the idea, Indy, this should be adopted. In my opinion, that is so big brain. In English, I understand how people much rather just say 3:15 nowadays. I think this is far more common now. For me, when I was growing up, this is what most people say. Quarter past 3, quarter before 3 sometimes, but usually they talk about past. So, or quarter after 3, or quarter before 3. And then there's half past or half after, but usually, oh my gosh, English is so weird. I don't understand. Like, so it's always the colloquial is half past 3, but it's not half after 3. And then when it comes to quarter, it's usually after 3, not past 3. It's so arbitrary. I don't even understand it. I actually don't. Like, I would love to ask someone who's conveniently available explain this to me. Like, half past 3, but if you say quarter past 3, it's not as good as quarter after 3. right? And then if you say half after 3, it sounds weird. So you say half past 3 instead. And you don't say half before 3. So you don't ever say half before 3. Because that sounds weird. But you can say quarter before 3. Quarter before 3. Yeah, you say, well, to say half before 3, you say half past 2. Oh, sorry. Yeah, past. Wait. No, pass. Half past 2. Wait. Oh, is this actually PAST? Oh, it is. Oh my gosh, it is. I don't actually understand that. I actually don't understand using the T version now. Now I'm having English usage problems. I don't actually know why it's using PAST. Oh, is it like a state? Because I'm thinking literally half past 2. You know what I mean? Like you're passing 2, but it's actually half past. As in it's in the past. Like it's a state. Yeah, see, this is what I mean by I don't actually understand English. Right, like look at this. Look at this. Like you've already pointed out something that just blew my mind. I have no idea anymore. You know, passing is the act. So maybe pass is using it as a figurative. I don't know. Like it's a state of being past. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair enough. So yeah. So you don't ever say, so if a Japanese person comes by, right? And we're talking about han, right? Han. In Japanese, yeah, you use han. You don't, there's no relation to things. But in English, there are relations before and after. But you only say after in one situation, but you don't ever say before in another situation. Yet you say before and after in a different situation. That's just... Sorry, those are the non-rules. Or you could be like any rational person and just say it's 3:30 or 3:15 or 2:30. I actually do resort to saying this. So I do understand when you mean, remember that it means half past or like half of an hour. But that's crazy. I think this is silly right here. And I don't know if we have to ask the Japanese person if they are taught this phrasing or not. Like, because Japanese have half, right? Half of something. So I feel like Duolingo will naturally talk about, oh, Sanji Han is 3:30. That would be the most reasonable translation that comes off, in my opinion, as natural. If you say 3:30, fair enough, but that's an interpretation. That's two-step interpretation, right? So the first time I heard half, I actually quite literally thought half, because I'm a boomer now, apparently, because millennials are boomers now. High five to the boomer gang. I don't know if in Texas people still say this, but rarely I hear this phrase still among my peers. 3:30. If you are trying to say half before something, you say the previous hour. So you say, 2:30 instead of half before 3. And then you can say quarter before and quarter after an hour, because it's closer to that hour. So if you flank that hour, my rationale for why this is the case is when you're in the midpoint, so like anything in a language, right, in English language, if you're 1 and 0 and 1, and it's the halfway point, you're moving forward. You round up. So when you're thinking of 3:30, or like 2:30, you're getting closer to 3. So you don't go backwards from 3. So this is 3 o'clock and this is 2 o'clock. You tend to say 2:30 because it's halfway to 3, as opposed to going backwards. So often halves get rounded up. However, in 3's case, when you're talking about quarters, a quarter is closer to one number. So you can say quarter before and quarter after. I know how silly all this sounds, but that's kind of how I would rationalize why. I only hear quarter after and not the hour. Yeah, see, that's... And you know what's even worse? No, this goes deeper. Let's dive slightly deeper. I've heard 10 pass an hour. So they would take anything within a quarter. So any within plus or minus minus 15, you can take the number itself. Like, say this is 3 o'clock. You can say 10 past 3. It's 10 minutes past 3. 10 past 3. Or 10 after 3. 5 before 3. 5 before 3 o'clock. I've heard this expression too. Anything within the quarter. So anything within the quarter, you can say the number with respect to the thing you're saying. I don't know. Instead of saying 3:05, instead of saying 3:05, you can say 5 after 3. Legit, 5 after 3. Whatever. I need to hear a Japanese person interpret this. I so desire hearing what Japanese people think about describing time like this. I actually think whatever Duolingo is introducing to me for time, how Japanese people tell time, that's fine. I actually quite like the way Japanese people tell time, unless I'm missing something. Unless it's more complicated than that. I don't think it's overly complicated than that. The reason when I know this is back in the day, when my parents had a hard time understanding when people tell them time. So where I live, people use the word quarter and half and even like a number after another number, and my parents wouldn't know what time it is. Like they wouldn't understand what the time is, because well, they ask you what time it is and they kind of know the numbers, so they know what the numbers are, but they don't know the expression. So when the expression comes out, they're like, so is that 3:30 or is it 2:30? Is it 2:45 or is it... It's kind of like left and right. So when, you know, even English people get confused between left and right all the time, right? So left and right. And before and after, it gets confusing a lot of times too. So sometimes my parents would be like, are we going before the hour or are we going after the hour? Because when people say something, they don't know for sure if, oh, it's after 2 o'clock, as in it starts, you want to be there at 2 expecting to be a little after, or are we going to leave early to make sure we get there before the hour, right? So it comes up a lot. And I don't know if it's just English. I want to hear like a German person. Do they have phrases like that, or French, like all the other related language? I don't think Japanese people do. I don't think Asian languages have this issue, or not issue, but nuance that it's almost unnecessarily extra complicated. It's so unnecessary, but it's also funny. I specifically remember a bunch of times when my parents asked me, like, what does it mean quarter before 3? Like, what is that? That's not a number. I didn't hear a number in there. So they just assume it's 3 o'clock. I'm like, no, it's 15 minutes before 3 o'clock. They're like, I don't understand. Where's the number 15 at? Like, it's not, it's not there. Okay. Anyways. 7月
7月
7月 The more you know. 7月 No, I'm just kidding. 7月 All that from that one thing, right? 何回 I swear, if you hear me say 何回 I'm out. If you hear me say 何回 one of these days, I'm gonna have to stop streaming and recuperate. Nani, right? Nani? You think I'm joking, but there are like people who only recently watch anime and they think it's nani and not nani. Okay? So you probably heard that before, like people who watch their first anime and they're like trying to think of a phrase that happens a lot would be nani, but it can come up as nani. So it's one of those things like none, right? None is what was none in katakana. I just realized that I have a very excellent example. How do they say none? It probably comes off as the bread, nan. No, it's probably not. But nan is another word that is adopted by the English, by English things. People know what nan is now. So they can technically say nani, but it might come off as nani, like nan. Or actually, it's not even, it's actually this. It's 2 A's, probably. And this is a borrowed word, right? This is an adopted word. It's a cognate, nan, that as in the bread, the Indian bread, right? Nan. So there is a place where English has adopted the nan instead of the nun. So then you can get nunny instead of nani. It goes so deep. We can go so deep, and it's so funny. Funny in a omoshiroi way, okay? Just making sure. Omoshiroi, omoshiroi way. Not funny as in, haha, let's laugh at how stupid this is kind of thing. Interesting way. Interesting way. Okay. Sorry. Digression. Nankai. Nankai. Oh my gosh, I did. Nankai. Sorry. I thought for a moment, I'm like, did I just say Nankai? Okay. Anyways. Nankai. Nankai. I can't unhear myself anymore. Okay. So, Ichikai. Or no, Ikai. No. It's all gone. Ikai. Ikai. Ah, it's going up, right? Ikai. Nikai. Gee, I'm so screwed. My brain is shuffled around now. I haven't seen this image before. Hang on, I need to reset my brain. Shokudo de hiru gohan o tabemasu.
食べます。
昼休みは1時からですか？
からか。
食堂は何階ですか？
食堂は何階ですか？何階 Oh no. I kind of heard it. Oh no. I can't. Okay, it's fine.
食堂は何階ですか？
食堂は何階ですか? It's fine. We're gonna work on this. 食堂は1階です。It's making me I'm laughing too much. Okay. 昼休みはI thought I said yasumi. I thought I just said hiru yasumi. 昼休みは11時からです。
トレーニングは何回ですか？
We gotta get through this lesson. Yeah, we're gonna have to write a pronunciation chart, aren't I? Yes. Okay. Training wa nankai. Oh my gosh. It's over. It's time to quit. Let's just quit Japanese. Okay. All right. No, I got this. Okay. No. I heck the closet. Okay. トレーニングは何回? Oh my gosh. 何回? It's fine. 何回ですか? トレーニングは何回ですか? トレーニングは2回です。Okay, sure. 食堂は2階です。食堂は2階です。
食堂は2階です。
It's so hard to unhear something you just spent 15 minutes talking about. 食堂は何階ですか? 何階ですか? I don't want to hear it.
食堂は
Shut up.
何
Shut
回
up.
ですか？
何階ですか? 食堂は何階ですか? It's a bit of a shame that Duo doesn't give you the kanji you know for the words. Oh yeah, for sure. They if there's anything that's trickling, Shokudo is, oh hey, is that the Tabemas thing? Yeah, it's Tabemas. The kanji shared with eating. Yeah. I don't know if it's you or someone else already told me that. They already told me cafeteria. I think it might actually be you, Lotus. Someone always do this. I'm telling you, like 99% of the time, almost always. And I think it might have been you, Lotus. If it's not you, I don't think it's Indie. Someone, when I got Shokudo, already showed it. I don't think it was me on this one. Oh, okay. Who else could it be? Oh, it could be blue. There is a chance it's either blue chip or blue jello, are they the same person? Now that I think about it. Can someone tell me if blue chip and blue jello is the same person? Sometimes I feel like it's such a weird coincidence. They both know quite a bit, so sometimes they do that. I don't think it's Indy. Indy was slacking. He was busy reading his manga. He was busy slacking. Wakanai. I do know what wakanai is. You're reading your hard manga. Yeah, I do know what that is though. Thank you. Wakanai I know because way back. What was the phrase to know something? Oh, dekimasu. Right? Dekimasu. Because of the way dekimasu is used, there's still two other ways. And one of them is, and I talked about it a little bit, the two other. What the heck, Indy? I don't know. Stick to your hard manga. Yeah. Dekimasu. Dekimasu was their first introduction to knowing, but it's a very specific use that they were doing. So Duo only used a very specific use case for dekimasu, and it was about language. It was about like Nihongo, Kangokugo, and Kangokugo, Chugokugo kind of thing. But dekimasu is very specific. There's other phrases, and the other one of the other ways about knowledge and stuff is there's shiru is the other one, right? Is it shiru and wataru? Waru? I forgot the plain form. Wakaru? Yeah, wakaru is the other one. So I kind of forgotten because I'm kind of forgotten the plain form now because of haven't used it yet. Shiru and wakaru, yeah. Shiru and wakaru for others. So that didn't show up yet in Duo, not yet. And I liked and I knew the nuances. Those are to know and to understand. Yep. And it's safer to say wakanai. It's more polite because you're saying you don't know, but you do care about knowing. You care about understanding it. And then when you say what is it, like suranai or something, or like shiranai, you're saying I don't know, but I don't care either. Like I don't care to learn it, as in like discover what it is. But if you want to discover or like to know, like to learn for the first time, or like be caring about discovering something, then it's using shiru instead of wakanai. Wakaru deals with you already understood it if you're saying it in a positive, so you don't have to reiterate it to me. Like I already know this in kind of a really direct way. Oh, it is? Oh yeah, wakarimasu. Yeah, you can add even more. But it's less rude than saying we're comparing all the no's. So it's less rude than saying shiranai. If you go up to someone and say shiranai, it's like I don't know, but I also don't care. You know, as in like I don't care to understand it. Like I'm not even, it's like an apathetic thing. Apparently, allegedly, I went down a deep rabbit hole that I wasn't supposed to. So all I wanted to know was understand how dekiru works, like, right? You know, dekimasu, like how does dekimasu work? And then it spiraled into the other stuff. So like cuz shiranai shows up in anime all the time. but it's like some guy is some apathetic person who doesn't want to listen to anything. Or like there was a breakup and the person was like shiranai, you know what I mean? Like, just, I don't care, dude. Like, I don't know, but I also don't care, kind of thing. I don't care to know. Oh, did you ever figure out the optional? I didn't figure it out. It's basically what you said. So after 4 hours of looking at the no for the nominalizer, right? The nominalizer no function, it turns out it deals with titles, and then titles are fossilized mood. They're no fossilized. Everyone just says like, oh yeah, so if you see it very commonly associated, then you can drop it, but yeah, you can use no in those situations. Although you might sound a little pedantic, apparently. So it's a mixed bag. And then because of that, also Duolingo did this already. So when they went like Tokyo Station, right? Like Lotus, they already did this already. Tokyo Eki or Shibuya, or like when they did the transit thing, there's actually a no there, and it's gone. And actually, a lot of times, apparently, allegedly, yeah, Indy was here, but you were probably busy with work, or you have already left work. So this part, so lots of formal names back in the day also had no's, but because there's so many no's all over the place, they removed it. They removed it so that now the formal thing is, and then people say this is probably related to the dropping of no's formally, in a way, in some places. And so far, the only ones that I've seen was movies and games. Yeah, so movies and games. So movies and games, when you put a genre into movies and games, they're automatically assumed that it's too formal. So fantasy movies is formally that's what people accept, I guess. And then like RPG games and stuff. So far, just these two. So I looked into these two specifically because that's the only time. And then the other time was titles, station, train stations. All stations also no longer have no's. And some people said, but what if I'm being rude or something, or it's not being formal? The actual formal names, they argue, are actually without the no's. So if you say them with the no's, it's kind of more informal. It sounds like English. I feel like this is like an English problem that typically happens. Like technically is one, remember our discussion? I don't know if you were here about the one whole person. Formally, it's actually one whole person, but no one says one whole person. They say one person. Come on. It's weird, but anyways, I think this is the difference between a proper noun and description. Yeah, it is what I accepted. I accepted this. So Lotus and I didn't really know, or like I asked Lotus, actually. I asked Lotus, like, why is this? Like, why did Duolingo do this? Right? So Duolingo bounced back and forth. But this is when you say, in my opinion, when you say a card game, I would say this is what I would call a soft proper noun. You see what I mean? Like, card game. It's not game of cards. It's not very particular game of cards. When they're using it, they're very specifically referring to. I don't know what that is, though. So the concern I had was, when I brought it up with Lotus the other day, was, are they referring to any game of cards? Or is it because they removed the no because it's a very common phrase? You know, particles get dropped if it's a very common phrase, and no got dropped. So what is the type of card game they're saying when you say card game in Japanese? Because I play a lot of types of card games. If I say I play auto game, what am I referring to? I'm not referring to a game of cards. I'm referring to games that use cards. So that's where all this confusion came in, and I didn't have any real answer. So I didn't get any real answer. And it's only 4 hours of like digging and stuff. Lotus, you should ask your teacher. Lotus, I want you. Okay. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. You should collect topics we talk about here and talk about them with your Japanese teacher and see like where they go with it. I would love to know, like, you know, just a tidbit. Like, they like, hey, you know, and then you describe it in Japanese, like describe the no situation in Japanese. And I would love to hear how, and you're already taking notes, right? So I would love to hear what that person says in response. That would be so much fun. Oh man, there's so much meta going on here. I already have a big note of random questions I plan on asking to my teacher. I'll add it to the notes. Dude, I would love to hear the whole no thing. That no thing, the nominalizer. So the nominalizer, like the nominal adjectival no. I don't know. People keep throwing around words like that. The one that makes nouns into adjectives. The no function of that. When and where is it formal to drop it, right? No title is dochira no ongai. How do you translate no? About translating no? Is that what that says? Oh, which is basically which way is good? Oh, which way is good? How'd you get which way? Wait, how? Okay, dochira. I remember that's like the item thing, like what the question item thing, and then no. And how'd you get which is good? Oh, e. Oh, ga e. What is the mo? What is the mo part? Or hone, sorry, ho art. O is direction. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. So all the notes is like, is this better or that? I see. Got it. Yeah, dochira. Dochira was not introduced, but hear me out. Dochira, right? The I'm so terrible at okay. So dochira, this wasn't introduced, but something else related to it was Cole was introduced, Cole version of this, and Soul version of this was introduced for 1 unit. Just 1 unit. Indie. It happened for 1 unit. They didn't introduce the question version, but they did introduce Ko, Ochira, and Sochira. Actually, not even Sochira. I think it's Kochira. And it was referring to person. It was used in the context of a person, right? So, I think. Pretty sure it's a person. And they did it once. And that's the only way I knew. Because I already went over the koldo no, koso ado stuff in like tofuku. That's the way I remember that. So I had no idea what the whole is, but I see the gai as in is good. The gai. Nice. Cool. Neat. The more you know. I'm almost at the end of my day, so we're building more stories. I like story building.
新しいパソコン
I have a question for you, Lotus. Is your Japanese teacher Japanese? That's an interesting way to describe. I mean, I understand. Oh, interesting. You recognize that phrase as giving advice. Huh. There's like 3 teachers you talk to, all Japanese, I see. How proficient are their English? Why not both, Indy? Just know both. Get good, Pepega. Oh, sorry, I haven't said Pepega in a while. Get good, Indy. Just know everything. I expect you to know everything all the time. All right? You always have to know everything. You also always never have to be confused. And you're always my closet reference. Right? You're a walking G-show for me. Just kidding. Sorry. That was a little aggressive. Think of it this way. Right? If I ever get anything wrong, it's both of your faults. I'm kidding. No pressure. No pressure. There is varying levels of English. One called the easy teacher because sometimes we fall into chatting English because we get carried away. Oh, okay, fair enough. Called easy teacher. I see. You know, I might have to consider the italki thing. It's very attractive. You make it sound very I want to experience that. Do you think I can engage in these types of conversations with the italki teachers? Wait. Is it based on time? Or lesson? It's time-based? Oh no. That's a problem. I'm gonna need a lot of time. Alright, I'll think about it. You could definitely have these conversations. Okay. Excellent. I might have to read more into it. Different teachers have different formats. Oh, okay. So there is flexibility. Interesting. I'll have to consider it a bit down the line. Unless you become one of them. And then maybe I'll just farm you instead. Sorry. Sorry in advance. Sumimasen. But there's so many interesting questions. I haven't ever had I think someone asked me this before. If I was gonna learn with other things or hire a teacher or something. It's been so long since I've had a teacher per se. I've had colleagues, as in people I talk to as equals. So oftentimes we have discussions, tons of discussions and conversations. It's been so long since someone was, obligated to teach me something. So I kind of I kind of am curious how that feels now. How it feels to be educated directly by someone who is that's their task. Most of the time since the last, 15 years, it's more like if I have a question, I challenge the person. As in the person teaching me something, I'm also challenging their knowledge. As in, if I have a question, I come up with an answer. and I propose the answer, and they either accept or reject the answer and discuss about it. That's usually like the type of thing. I'm guessing that's the type of conversation you're having now, sort of. Although you kind of have limitations, right? But I'm guessing the easy teacher can communicate on like make you feel like you're less less unequipped, you know, because I obviously won't be able to say a lot of things in Japanese. So you're gonna have to, when you get too deep, you have to default back to English, so that you kind of have to meet like halfway with the teacher. Like Lotus, ask your teacher straight up if there's an expression for a quarter past, or quarter after, or quarter before an hour. I genuinely want to know how is there an idiom where Japanese people say a quarter past an hour, and a quarter before an hour? Oh man, we're gonna be farming questions. We're gonna be farming questions so hard. This is what I was like. I'm sorry I almost want to apologize to all my earlier teachers in my life. I think they are very patient people. I genuinely have way more questions than they're actually teaching. Most of the time I'm asking questions. I'm like, yeah, the stuff they teach is like, yeah, you just accept it, right? Like, this is this, but most of the time I'm asking questions. So I can't even imagine what it was like. They're wonderful people. I had some really wonderful mentors who dealt with all the questions I constantly am asking, in my opinion. Okay, let's get back. I gotta finish this. Personal computer. Pasokon. Atarashi pasokon. Pasokon? Pasokon. Pasokon? Pasokon? Okay. Hey, new computer. Alright.
午後のミーティングに行きますか？午後。ミーティング。
Wait.
午後のミーティングに行きますか？に行きますか？
午後のミーティングに行きますか？
田中さんのパソコンです。
Knowing that you talk to a teacher, like a Japanese teacher, makes me like, Lotus, one of these days I'm just gonna write more questions and you're either gonna answer all of them, or I feel like you're just gonna pass it along to your teacher. I have so many questions. I have so many Japanese related questions, and it really doesn't deal with like learning vocab and stuff. I feel, to me, it's the more natural way of learning things, being naturally inquisitive, as opposed to learning by the book. So definitely, if we keep talking about the lessons, your lessons, right? And then you talk about like what your teacher answered, and then we collaborated on questions, then you found out the answer and stuff. I only think that makes learning even greater. Like, it would increase both our memories of these things. You just got to start a scholarship if you go over 2 questions per lesson. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you mean. But listen. I don't know what the going rate is, but I think that scholarship's gonna be tough. We could like make a tier list, tier list of burning questions, right? Then we have to rank them. Rank like which are the like burning questions that you must have. Like we and then all of us would like rank like, oh yeah, which one should we challenge all the Japanese teachers to answer? That'd be so much fun. That I would have such a blast. Like what is a very popular question? I think the no question is very reasonable. Like what the heck, dude? What the heck? Tanaka-san no pasokon desu. Okay. It's Mr. Tanaka's computer. Let's go.
明日クライアントと会いますか？明日？
明日くらい。Yeah, no way. What?
明日クライアントと会いますか？
What?
明日クライアントと会いますか？
Oh.
クライアント？
クライアント。クライアント。
会いますか？
I just discovered a song, Sorry I'm Cute. I didn't expect that song to be savage. Wait. Alright, you're gonna have to give me a link. I'll watch it later. I'll tell you in Discord my thoughts. Give me a link. Do it now. I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. So I'm curious. Give me. Sorry I'm cute? Do I know that song? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. All right, Indy, give me the link. Oh, okay. Is that what it's called? Okay. I will. All right. Interesting. Oh, I actually might know this one. Are you talking about the Honeyworks song? Oh yeah, I think I know this song. Maybe for later. The Honeyworks song? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know this song. It's because of Os. You should play Os, Indy. Don't give me that nonsense that I'm too old and my hands not coordinated, Mr. Athletic. Mr. Athletic, I run 8 billion miles and coordinate. Don't give me that excuse, okay? You should try Os sometime. There are all the Honeyworks songs. You can play to all the Honeyworks songs you want in Os. I do have a predilection for Honeyworks song in O's. That was my introduction to Honeyworks. All the Honeyworks stuff.
明日クライアントと会いますか？
I'm a basic person. The Honeyworks formula works for me. Okay. So now that I gave away my musical choice, my music choice. Now we go back.
午後
Gogo no
ミーティング
meeting. Now I'm curious about Lotus's musical taste or music taste. And before Lotus is like, yeah, I jam out to noise bands and drone metal, and sometimes I sprinkle in some death. Like, okay. No, I think Lotus is too chill for that. Or I mean, maybe chill because of that. We know that Indy is, for lack of a better word, probably an otaku. Go no. Hey, don't at me. I listen to Keikona music. Don't. I splurge and splash in Keikona music as well. Although I don't mind the opera recently. Italian opera. Go no meeting wa. Oh, meeting ni ni ikimasu ka. Gogo no meeting Gogo no meeting ni ikimasu ka?
午後のプレゼンに行きますか？午後の
プレゼンに行きますか？山田さんのパソコンはどこです？
パソコンはここです。
ここです。山田さんのパソコンはここです。
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
I'm not going to say what I'm thinking.
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
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 クライアントとミーティングがあります。新しいクライアントと話します。田中さんのプレゼンは6時までです。
6
までです。I'm tired. 田中さんのパソコン one day パソコン is gonna be natural.
パソコン
です。クライアントのプレゼンは4時までです。
4時まで？
午後のトレーニングに行きますか？
はい、トレーニングはSorry. はい、トレーニングは何時までですか？何時までですか？はい、トレーニングは何時までですか？
午後のミーティングは5時までです。
Okay. The afternoon meeting is until 5 o'clock.
午前のプレゼンに行きますか？
Okay. はい。プレゼンは何時までですか？までですか？ 今日のプレゼン。今日のプレゼンはどこですか？
今日はプレゼン。
プレゼン。プレゼン。Oops。
プレゼン。今日
のプレゼン。今日のプレゼンはどこですか？
どこですか？
新しいパソコン。
新しいパソコン。
Heckin' パソコン。
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Not now! バーに行きましょ
う。に。
Oh.
バー、行きましょう。
At least you can say バーに行きましょう。Sorry, cheap joke. That was really bad. Sorry, my bad. Or should I say, my bad. My bad. Okay. 仕事の後、仕事の後、バーに行きます。カラオケは11時までですか？
まで
ですか？
カラオケ
でポップスを歌います。ポップスを歌います。カラオケでポップスを歌います。最後。はい。最後のプレゼンは1時までです。
最後のプレゼンは5時半までです。最後プレゼンの最後のプレゼンは5時半までです。は5時半までです。
最後のプレゼンは5時半までです。5時半までです。5時半までです。
最後のプレゼンは5時半までです。
最後のプレゼンは5時半までです。
のまで。
Alright, we're moving along.
カラオケで歌いましょう。カラオケで歌いましょう。
歌いましょう。カラオケで歌いましょ
う。バーは近いですか？
バーは近いですか？ Is the bar close?
この後何をしましょうか？
What do you do after? What do you do after this? 一緒に。一緒に。一緒に。一緒にカラオケに行きましょう。Yeah. Nice. Okay. I like 一緒に。一緒に。Just go to the karaoke after this.
この
後
カラオケに行きましょ
う。何を歌いましょうか？何を歌いましょうか？歌いましょうか。
この後何をしましょうか。
最後のプレゼンは何時までですか？
Okay. Until what time is the last presentation?
この
後少し休みます。休みましょう。
休みましょう。
休みましょう。カラオケで歌いましょう。
カラオケで歌いましょう。
Oh, which bar? どのバーに行きましょうか。Okay? Up, up, and
お
away.
手洗いも2階ですか？
お手洗いも2階ですか？ Shut up, Indy. I don't think I'm gonna outlive this. Is the restroom also... Gotta get back my composure. Is the restroom also on the second floor? 仕事の後、バーに行きます。
受付で同僚と会います。
受付て同僚と会います。I'm going to meet up with a coworker at the front desk.
午後のトレーニングに行きますか？
はい、トレーニングは何時ですか？何時までですか？
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
クライアントとミーティングがあります。
この後何をしましょうか？
バーに行きましょう。Let's go.
田中健です。よろしくお願いします。
Okay.
ミーティングは何階ですか？
ミーティングは2階です。Fair enough. バーに行きましょうか？ Oh, どの どのバーは、どのバーに行きましょうか？
どのバーに行きましょうか？
次のミーティングは何回ですか？
何回ですか？
午前
午前のトレーニング
トレーニング
Okay. トレーニングは何時ですか？何時からですか？
から。
Okay. Do we do one more kanji mix up? Yeah, let's do one more kanji mix up. We have some time. Where did we leave off? Here. Let's do this one.
と言い
Okay.
と言います。
と言います。
Super flat. Extra flat.
と言います。
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 Extra flat.
と言います。
Oh, that's not the right one. It's fine.
日本
Oops.
時
Oh. What is this?
時間
Okay, the kan. Oops.
時間
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 Oh, my pen keeps lifting. What the
時
heck?
間
It's not registering as hitting the tablet sometimes. Alright, we're going up here. Wow, they really like this phrase, huh?
と言います。
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 飲みます。え
飲みます。
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 食べます。Oh, there's a double type thing.
食べます。
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 Yeah, that's fine.
食べます。
I was hoping to get last one.
食べます。
I think. Oh, actually, this might be the
食べます。
Anashimasu set.
食べます。
食べます。
I didn't lift my pen.
食べます。
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 It's not my fault. Man, this is so much fatter. Oh, no, this was a Shinbun. This is the Hanashimasu set.
話します。
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 Hey.
土曜日土曜日日曜日日曜日日本
11時 Oops.
11時
12時
土曜日日曜日日曜日京都半日曜日7時土曜日土曜日日曜日日本土曜日
1時半
1時半
3時半
日曜日日曜日買います10時土曜日12日
Let's move up.
古
い古い
古い
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 古い。古い。
古い。
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 水
水
水
水
水
水
Oh, that's so much longer now.
水
水
大きい
大きい。
大きい
大きい。
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 大きい
大きい。
大きい。大きい。
え
新しい大きい 小さい、古い、
古い、
読みます。大きい、大きい、大きい、小さい、古い、見ます。大きい、新しい、小さい、小さい、
Just kidding.
見ます。古い、
小さい、
新しい、大きい。大きい、大きい、古い、読みます。新しい、小さい。
Yaku? No.
7
Sen.
1000
What? I must have typoed.
1000
1000
1000
7000
7000
1000
Atarashi. Okay.
新しい
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 No, we got most of them. Let's do this one.
9時
Fuji. Interesting. That's probably you.
9時
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 9時9時
I don't know how I feel about that.
Get more with
That little lift up.
1時半
Okay. Which one is this? This is Han. Han. Oops.
1
How
時
about the
半
G?
1時半
I was so preoccupied with
1時
Han.
半
1時半
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 Han. Chahan. Chahan.
「読みます」
読みます
読みます
Ooh.
読みます
That's a. Those are some
Yomimasu.
very sharp angles. What the heck?
読みます
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 Stop it.
読みます
Okay. I think we still have some time, right? Imas. Got another one. Nice.
見ます見ます
見ます
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 Oops.
見ます。
Get more with
No. Give me hachi. No hachi? Okay. Oops. Why did I do that?
読みます。
I was still in the last prompt.
読みます。
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 Okay.
読みます。
Okay. Dang. Right angles are not as... Where do I get G? Give me G. Did I... GG. GG. Alright, I got G.
7時。
Although I
7時。
pretty much... GG is very comfortable. Or G is very comfortable. G is very comfortable in general.
7時。
Oops. Stop.
7時。
じ。
じ。
7時。
Doesn't quite line up the way it used to.
7時。
Alright. That's 15 minutes. Nice. So now we do our final unit review and look forward to tomorrow. I better get more than one kanji. I'm telling you, Duo. Just because Duo is cute doesn't excuse Duo from slacking. Okay? Alright. Sumimasen. Sumimasen. Anison. Anison wa amari kikimasen. I can't relate. Heck off. Opusu.
No.
Opusu kona ni ikimashou ka?
すみません、具合が悪いです。午後3時に病院に行きます。プレゼンは何時までですか？
I mean, it looks like he'll stay at work all day, right?
すみません、具合が悪いです。午後3時に病院に行きます。
He's not
プレ
well.
ゼンは何時までですか？
Just kidding. He's not well. He's just asking when the meeting.
すみません、具合が悪いです。午後3時に病院に行きます。プレゼンは何時までですか？
Yeah. When's the presentation? He's going to the hospital. Not feeling too well.
何を歌いましょうか？何を
Hmm?
何を歌いましょうか？
Okay.
か
What are we gonna sing? What should we sing? 黄色い。
黄色い。カラオケ。
会社。
ジム。
フィクション。
明日はトレーニングがあります。
トレーニングは何時からですか？
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
恋愛映画
は
はありません。or あまり見ません。
恋愛映画はあまり見ません。
Oh man, it really does sound like they're saying denwa or something. Denai eiga. Like they're combining the 出ない映画。出ない、出ない映画はあまり見ません。
すみません。このカードゲームはいくらですか？
3000 yen です。Okay. We have a client presentation today. A client presentation today.
今日
クライアント
クライアント
のプレゼン
あります
があります。Okay. That's fine. 今日クライアントのプレゼンがあります。プレゼン。
この後何をしましょうか？
この後何をしましょうか？バーに行きましょう。You said it. You tell him. この本の話は少し埋まらないです。この本の話は少し埋まらないです。
この本の話は少しつまらない。
Oh, つまらない。I think I said フラマ。I think I said something else. I don't know. つまら、yeah. I might have messed up the first comment. つまらないです。この本の話は少しつまらないです。
よく SF 映画を見ます。よく SF
よく SF を
よく SF 映画を見ます。
よく SF What?
よく SF 映画を見ます。
SF Yeah, SF よく SF 映画を見ます。Hang on. SF wait. Oh, whoops. I accidentally muted myself. Sorry. It says, oh my god. So it's esu-esu. 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 Yoku SF. Yeah. Yoku SF 映画を見ます。SF. SF. What floor is the next? Okay. 次。
次。
次。次。次。次。
ミーティング。
ミーティング。次のミーティングは何回
ですか？
何回ですか？何回ですか？次の次のミーティングはミーティングは次のミーティングは何回ですか？何回ですか？
田中健です。よろしくお願いします。
Okay. Sure.
「お手洗いも2階ですか？」
お手洗いも2階ですか？ Is the restroom so on the second floor?
受付で同僚と会います。
受付で同僚会います。I'm going to, I have to say this out loud, meet up with a coworker at the front desk, just to not miss anything. Alright, that's it. Alright, so let's take a guidebook. Let's look at the guidebook for tomorrow. Talk about hobbies, discuss seasonal events. What do we have? Guidebook. Talk about hobbies, okay. I see バスケットボールの上試合 Oh, hey!
バスケットボールの試合は金曜日です。
Someone already introduced 試合 to me as well. Again, I basically blame... It's probably either Lotus or Indie. It's probably Lotus this time. Because of Gameu. We talk about Gameu. That looks like Shiai. And it has a no. Shiai. Guitar. What's guitar? Guitar. Fine. Guitar. So that's interesting. Nanji. Nanji ni guitar. Guitar o wait. Ikimasu?
何時にギターを弾きますか？
弾きます。Interesting. Well, that's a new phrase. Or a new predicate. What else we got?
「今夜は1時間半ひらがなを勉強します」。
今夜は1時間や半 OK 1時間 1時間半。ひらか。Oh, for ひらかな。だかな。Oh. 勉強 Oh, sorry. 勉強します。Oh. Oh, there's the 勉強します。Okay. Wow. Oh, wait. Yeah, hiragana. There's hiragana. Okay. So, konya for tonight? Ballet. Oh, lesson. What is lesson? Of course, it's less. Lesson. Of course. Okay. Fashion video. We have video. Doga. Fashion. Of course, it's fashion. What about seasons? Festival. Matsuri? Omatsuri? Yep. Omatsuri. Yep. Formal honorific on the festival. Omatsuri. Everything seems okay. Oh, we get a new month. August.
8月に大きいお祭りがあります。
8月。お祭り。So, taiko. How do you say taiko drums? Is it just taiko? Taiko. 近く so nearby 近くの公園 right 近くの公園で太鼓の oh my gosh oh my gosh what the heck コンチと oh yeah concert コンチと no contesto no contesto whoops that's not chi that's wrong contesto okay contesto so taiko is just taiko no contesto ga arimasu okay Halloween wait how do you what's Halloween oh there's so many spoilers but oh next week tomorrow and the day after is gonna be fun. There's quite a lot here. I don't see any new kanji though. That's a little disappointing. Yeah, I don't see any new kanji. Okay. October. 10月 probably 10月。
10月31日に渋谷でハロウィンのイベントがあります。
And I just had Halloween. 10月31日 I see 31日に渋谷でハロウィン oh yeah yeah okay Halloween I get it Halloween fair enough that wow that's that's very special Halloween no event がありますね fair enough New Year's Eve. New. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh, party. Okay. Or yeah. Yeah, party. Party. Okay. Oh, misoka. Oh, misoka. Oh, is that New Year's Eve? Oh, misoka. Oh, misoka. Oh, misoka no party ni ikimasen ka? Oh, wait, no. Ikimasen ka? Oh, never mind. I thought I had a new tense. Alright, that's some spoilers, but you know. And no grammar points on this one. Yeah, no grammar points, just key phrases. Huh. I wonder if they're still updating. I feel like I've gotten past... So, I feel like the last update only went up to Unit 12. And then now Unit 13, much like the kanji, I think they haven't... we'll see. Alright folks, that's a wrap. Day 61. Thanks for hanging out, folks. Thanks for listening. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, keep on learning, learn from things, sharing's caring. Stay happy, everyone. As always, matashita. Ja ne.